Chapter 321. The painting he drew was still on the table. Ning Xuema didn't have time to take it away. This girl's behavior was too frivolous. She shouldn't be able to recognize him and didn't know who he was. To her, it should be the first time they met. She actually hugged him and kissed him without any hesitation. Did she like to be close to men so much? She was obviously a genius, but her behavior was so unrestrained. How many people had she kissed? He didn't go near the window, but he seemed to be able to see everything that was happening on the street. The two children only felt that the temperature in the room was getting lower and lower. They stole a glance at Master Han Shanyue's face, but due to the angle of the light, they still couldn't see his face clearly. They could only faintly feel that this master seemed to be in a bad mood. One of the children plucked up his courage and said, "Master, you don't need to lower yourself to the same level as this vulgar girl. She doesn't deserve this painting, you deserve it." These two words were thrown over. It directly made the child shiver and shut his mouth. Han Shanyue raised his sleeve. The peerless painting on the table spontaneously combusted and turned into a pile of ashes. The two children opened their mouths, but didn't dare to say anything. They watched the painting burn. Suddenly, their eyes were in a daze. The people in the teahouse's hall naturally heard the commotion on the second floor. Everyone was bewildered. The owner of the teahouse courteously asked a few questions upstairs, but he didn't get any response. After a while, the owner finally carefully went upstairs to check. However, he found that there was no trace of the art saint upstairs. Only the two children were left standing there in a daze. The owner asked them a few times before the two children seemed to come back to their senses. However, their eyes were blank. They actually forgot more than half of what happened just now. The owner asked them for a long time, but he didn't get any information. They didn't even know when the art saint left. One of the children was in a daze for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and shouted, "I remember now. Master Art Saint said that girl is a jinx. 1,000-year-old lone phoenix." A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone who came up to watch the show was stunned. The people of this world naturally understood what this heavenly cursed lone star meant. That orphan girl of Marquis Jingyuan's mansion was a heavenly calamity, an unprecedented jinx, a jinx. No wonder Marquis Jingyuan and his wife died early. Even their only son died on the battlefield. So it was because of this daughter. The sixth prince had already broken off the engagement with her, but he was still beaten up because of her. He was stripped of his official position and became a commoner. The crown prince was also a little infatuated with her because he was a little closer to her. Therefore, he was severely reprimanded by the emperor, in just one night. The rumor that Ning Xuema was a jinx had spread throughout the city and was still spreading at the speed of light. Within a few days, Ning Xuema's life had undergone earth-shattering changes. First, the maids and servants in the mansion came to resign. No matter how high the salary old Zhong offered them, they were determined not to stay. Money was indeed a good thing, but one had to be alive to take it, right? Taking care of a heavenly calamity, they might lose their lives here. In less than 5 days, old Zhong was the only one left in the bustling and lively Marquis Jingyuan's mansion. Old Zhong was very upset. Chapter 322. Old Zhong was very uncomfortable. These days, the little master had painstakingly managed the Marquis Jingyuan mansion to get on the right track with great difficulty. He didn't expect that the art sage's prophecy would turn the Marquis Jingyuan mansion back to its original state. It became the most depressed and desolate place. These days, he had been running around, wanting to hire some people with high salaries. However, Ning Xuema's reputation as a heavenly calamity star was even more resounding than her reputation as a trash. When the people who were looking for work outside heard that the mansion was recruiting, they all shook their heads like a rattle drum and refused to come no matter what. Old Zhong ran around outside for 6 or 7 days, but he still couldn't find a single person. On this day, he came back with a gloomy face and looked everywhere for Ning Xuema. Finally, he found her in the side hall of the chastity testing beast. Compared to old Zhong's gloomy face and worried heart, Ning Xuema was a lot calmer. Nothing could be seen on her face. She still looked very carefree. She refined medicine as usual, practiced martial arts as usual, ate as usual, and even strolled around the garden admiring the flowers as usual. Old Zhong felt that the little master's heart must be very bitter. She was just putting up a front and didn't want others to see her as a joke. The little master's attitude was really good. For example, right now, she was chatting and drinking with the ferocious chastity-testing beast. Her face was very comfortable. Little master. Old Zhong walked in. Uncle Zhong, you came back. Come and drink 2 cups. Look at how sweaty you are after running around. Ning Xuema gave him a praying mat and poured him a cup of wine. Old Zhong felt even more guilty. Little master, this old servant is useless. I still couldn't find anyone. Ning Xuema smiled. It's fine if you can't find anyone. This matter can't be rushed. We'll talk about it later. Come, let's eat first. These days, even the cooks in the kitchen had all run away. Ning Xuema simply ordered takeout from a restaurant outside. The food looked, smelled, and tasted good. It was even better than the food made by the original cooks. Although the current Marquis Jingyuan's mansion was as cold and cheerless as before, Ning Xuema was no longer the same as before. Now that she had an endless amount of money to spend, she naturally wouldn't suffer. Old Zhong saw that Ning Xuema was smiling and her little face was rosy. She didn't look worried and haggard at all. He asked tentatively, Little master, in the future, what if we can't recruit people? Ning Xuema smiled and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. If you can't recruit them, then so be it. Didn't we go through the same thing before? That was true. Marquis Jingyuan's mansion had been deserted for several years already. As long as she was a bit more diligent, these rooms could still be tidied up. It's all that Han Shanyue's fault. Why did he have to say that my miss is a jinx? Just a simple sentence from him could make his young miss fall into hell. Right now, they were only unable to recruit servants. What would happen if the young miss were to find a husband in the future? With such a reputation, who would dare to propose marriage? What if miss couldn't get married in the future? How could he face the Marquis and his wife? Old Zhong was worried. He was really worried. His face was wrinkled like a walnut. Uncle Zhong, you're also old. If you want to leave, I can give you a large sum of money. Ning Xuema opened her mouth. No. Old Zhong swears to follow little master to death. Old Zhong immediately interrupted her. His face was flushed red. Miss, what kind of person do you think I, Old Zhong, am? Since you want to follow me, then be happy. Ning Xuema took a cup of wine and handed it over. In this world, there's no obstacle that can't be overcome. It's not the end of the world yet. Why are you so worried? Come, have a cup of wine. Chapter 323. Old Zhong was startled. He took the cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. That's right, there's no obstacle that can't be overcome. Ning Xuema leisurely smiled. That's right. Old Zhong drank 3 cups of wine in a row and added, there will definitely be a wise hero who will take a fancy to miss and marry miss. Pfft. Ning Xuema spat out a mouthful of wine. So this was the reason why old Zhong had such a worried expression on his face for such a long time. He was worried about her marriage. Uncle Zhong, I'm only 13 years old. Why are you so anxious about marriage? I feel that my current situation is actually quite good. Ning Xuema sat cross-legged and lazily said. Miss is naturally not old now, but in our Changkong country, if a girl is 15 years old and still can't find a husband, she will be criticized. Old Zhong was still worried. There are still 2 years left. There's no hurry. Ning Xuema didn't care at all and drank another cup of wine. Come, this restaurant's crystal prawns are pretty good. Uncle Zhong, have a taste. She successfully shut old Zhong's mouth from worrying about her marriage. Ning Xuema truly felt that this kind of life was actually not bad. After her reputation as a heavenly curse star came out, although the servants in the mansion had all left, the sects that were eyeing her covetously and wanted to rob her also disappeared without a trace. They were all afraid that she would jinx them to death. Even Kirin and the others didn't dare to covet her anymore. Also, the old emperor's imperial edict to confer her as a consort was silently revoked by the old emperor. 2 days ago, the old emperor summoned her to the palace and asked her a few questions from afar. He expressed his concern for the daughter of a meritorious official and then let her go. He didn't mention anything about conferring her as a consort. As for Ji Yunhuang, ever since he was taken away by a maid in the tea house, he never came to find her again. He was probably frightened by her reputation as a heavenly cursed star and didn't want to have anything to do with her. As for Ji Yunhao, he had already been banished from the city by the old emperor. Without the emperor's summons, he didn't have the qualifications to enter the city. Therefore, Ning Xuema also didn't see him again. Even if they met, they would probably be strangers. Now that she thought about it, all the problems that caused her headaches had disappeared along with the rumors of her being a heavenly cursed lone star. Her days had become unprecedentedly leisurely. Ever since she had transmigrated, she had been in all kinds of dangerous situations. She had wandered in front of the gates of Yama's palace several times. It could be said that she had narrowly escaped death. It was rare to be able to live such a leisurely life. It was rare for her to have so much time to practice. In just 10 days or so, her inner strength had indeed improved, and even her telekinesis had begun to increase greatly. Yesterday, she had broken through to mortal rank level 4 and was now able to use the psychokinesis in her body as she wished. Ning Xuema felt very satisfied. The only thing that made her unsatisfied was that she seemed to have forgotten something. For example, she had forgotten who taught her how to cultivate her telekinesis. She had even forgotten how she managed to tame Kirin. When she asked Kirin, this fellow was even more confused than her. After staring at her for a long time, he finally said, "Wasn't it Master who saved me from a cave? That's why I established a contract with you, didn't I?" Ning Xuema vaguely remembered that there was indeed such a cave. However, her memory seemed to be covered by a layer of fog. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember what happened in the cave. Fortunately, she was the type to look forward. Since she couldn't remember, she might as well not think about it. In any case, Kirin was now by her side, alive and well. That was enough. Chapter 324. Although there were fewer people in the Marquis's mansion, there was also less work to be done. If he made do with it, he could still live a carefree life. The chastity-testing beast was not picky as long as it had wine and food to eat. After all, it was a human soul that lived in its body, so its nest was quite clean and did not need anyone to clean it. It also did not need anyone to wait on it. The only thing that gave her a headache was that there were too many rooms in the Marquis's mansion. Even if old Zhong cleaned it from morning to night, he would not be able to clean it all. Therefore, Ning Xuema simply asked old Zhong to seal up a few courtyards, leaving only a few that were still in use. It was not bad to clean it up. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Ning Xuema got up and ordered old Zhong to prepare the carriage. Today, she would go to Heavenly Book Mountain to pick herbs and hunt again. After a few days of cultivation, Ning Xuema found that her ability to absorb fire and wood crystals was stronger. She could directly absorb crystals that were 5th level and below. This could help her improve her skills faster. With Kirin by her side, hunting was as easy as flipping her hand. Even the beasts on the mountain were afraid of it. When Kirin heard that they were going to Heavenly Book Mountain to hunt again, it was very happy. It could eat meat again. This time, entering Heavenly Book Mountain was very smooth. Ning Xuema rode Kirin for less than 8 hours and arrived at the falling flower peak of the 5th peak. More than 10 days ago, Ning Xuema had brought number 2 here to pick the heavenly ice grass. Now that she was revisiting this place, even the carefree Ning Xuema felt a little sad. It was on this peak that she and number 2 were taken away by an eagle. Number 2 died miserably on the 9th peak, and she seemed to have taken some risks and finally escaped from the peak. Ning Xuema felt that her memories of the 9th peak were the most blurry, as if they had been deleted by someone. The heavenly ice grass had changed her body better than ever, so Ning Xuema wanted to pick it again. She was feeling sad at the bottom of the peak when she suddenly heard the sound of fighting on the peak, mixed with the hissing of snakes. Could it be that someone else had reached the peak before her? Ning Xuema patted Kiran's head. Little apple, let's go too. Kiran climbed the mountain as if it were flat ground. In just a few jumps, he had already reached the top of the mountain. Then, Ning Xuema finally saw the man who was fighting with the 3 snakes. Her heart skipped a beat, and she blurted out, "Sure too." Only after she called out to him did she realize that something was wrong. Sure too was the nickname of bodyguard number 2. He was about 20 years old when he was killed. On the other hand, the young man in front of him looked to be at most 15 or 16 years old. His face was much younger than number 2's, and his body was much thinner. The young man was already injured in many places, and his handsome face had already turned green. It was obvious that he had been poisoned. This young man had good swordsmanship, and his psychokinesis was also not bad. 3 giant pythons besieged him, yet he still could not be taken down. However, he was poisoned after all, and his limbs were no longer as nimble as before. There were a few times when he was entangled by the giant python. This young man could not fight anymore. If he delayed any longer, the snake venom would attack his heart. At that time, even the Daluo Golden Immortals would not be able to save him. Ning Xuema made a hand gesture to Kiran. Kiran raised his head and roared. His voice was long and drawn out, as if it was swaying down from the sky. The giant snakes and scorpions of the Snake and Scorpion Mountain all trembled and ran away in a split second. The 3 giant pythons besieging the young man also trembled a few times. They did not care about the young man's sword light and turned around to flee. In a split second, they also disappeared without a trace. Ning Xuema patted Kiran's head. Strange, didn't you roar so loudly that they did not dare to move? Why did they all run away? It's okay if the others ran away, but these 3 snakes cannot be scared away. You have to catch them. I want the snake gall. Chapter 325. Kiran raised its head and said, "Master, they are insects, not beasts. It is already good enough that I can scare them away. It is easy to get the snake gall. Wait for me." It ran away quickly, probably to find the 3 giant pythons. The young man staggered and turned around. He saw Ning Xuema in a light green dress and then looked at Kiran, who ran away. He was a little cautious and held his sword in front of his chest. Suddenly, his vision turned black, and he fell down. The snake venom that he had been suppressing finally took effect. He did not faint yet. He struggled on the ground a few times and wanted to get up. However, his head was dizzy, and the wounds all over his body were numb and painful. He propped himself up halfway and then fell down again. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw the girl in the green dress walking over slowly. What do you want to do?" He was even more cautious. Those who could come to the 5th peak were not easy to deal with. The girl in front of him looked less than 13 years old and was riding a Kiran. Was she a mountain spirit or a tree spirit? Ning Xuema looked at him with her arms crossed. Seeing that his face was as green as the grass under him, she smiled and said, "Are you afraid that I will eat you?" As she spoke, she had already squatted down and tore open his trousers. The young man was shocked and tried to stab her with his sword. "Don't touch me." He was poisoned, but his sword was still very strong. Ning Xuema extended her hand and grabbed his wrist. With a sweep of her palm, she directly knocked his sword out of his hand. Her pretty face was tense. "Don't use your psychokinesis again. Be careful of the snake venom." Her stern face had a murderous aura to it. The young man was stunned, and the palm that he was about to send out again paused. Who exactly are you?" "Someone who doesn't want you to die." Ning Xuema's reply was cold and indifferent, but her movements were exceptionally nimble. In the blink of an eye, she had already ripped open all of his clothes covering his wounds. She began to treat his wounds, squeezing out the poisonous blood and applying the snake venom medicine. The young man's face was almost completely red. He had many wounds on his arms, under his ribs, back, chest, calves, and even his upper thigh. If it was a man treating his wounds, he wouldn't feel anything, but the other party was a young girl. He could feel the other party's soft and warm hands moving and squeezing around his wound. That kind of touch caused an indescribable feeling to surge in his heart. You. He seemed to want to say something, but Ning Xuema knocked the back of his neck. Shut up. When she was practicing medicine, she hated it when her patients chatted with her. The young man finally shut his mouth and fainted. Ning Xuema glanced at him, and her eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. If an ordinary martial artist had been poisoned by such a deep snake venom, they would have already lost consciousness and foamed at the mouth. This young man was actually able to hold on until now without fainting. He could be considered a weirdo. Looking at his face that was 80% similar to number 2's, who was he to number 2? Younger brother? She dealt with the wounds quickly and professionally. After half an hour, the wounds on the youth's body had been cleaned up by her and the places that needed to be bandaged were all bandaged up. This time, she came here with a complete set of things. Bandages, antivenom, medicine. Everything was here. She had originally prepared them for herself, but she didn't expect to use most of them on this young man. Master, the snake gallbladders are here. Kiran rushed back like a whirlwind and brought back 3 snake gallbladders. Chapter 326. Ning Xuema looked at the 3 snake gallbladders, which were bigger than goose eggs, and her lips twitched. She had forgotten that the snakes were giant pythons. The young man was bitten by 3 giant pythons, so she had to give him some of the bile and the gallbladders. The young man was awakened by the bitter taste. He wanted to spit out the bitter taste in his mouth, but Ning Xuema pinched his chin and said, "Swallow it. It will save your life." The young man was slightly stunned, but he could only swallow it with his teeth clenched. After swallowing 2 mouthfuls, his throat was trembling because of the bitter taste. Finally, he finished 1 gallbladder. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the second gallbladder came close to his lips and said, "Here, there are 2 more." The young man was speechless. The young man finally finished the 3 gallbladders, and the snake venom was removed. His face turned green because of the bitter taste. However, the dizziness and nausea were alleviated. He turned over and wanted to get up, but he suddenly felt that his body was stiff. He looked down and saw bandages all over his body. He was tied up like a mummy. "All right, you're lucky to have your life back." Ning Xuema clapped her hands and stood up. She asked Kiran to get some water to wash her hands. The young man looked at her with his eyes wide open, and his expression was complicated. Why did you save me?" He did not know this girl, right? And on such a dangerous snake-scorpion peak, what was her goal? Ning Xuema glanced at him and said, "I saved you for fun. You can go down the mountain by yourself. I have something to do, so I won't accompany you." She patted Kiran's head and said, "Little apple, let's go." She still needed to pick herbs. The young man struggled on the ground and finally sat up. Because of the smell of Kiran, all the snakes and insects did not dare to come close. He gritted his teeth, picked up the sword that had fallen next to him, and stood up stiffly. However, he had just been removed from the snake venom, and he had lost too much blood. After standing up, he felt dizzy. Finally, he could not support himself and fell to the ground again. "You can't move around casually now. It's better for you to rest for an hour. Don't worry, I've already asked Kiran to pee around. No snakes or insects will attack you." After saying that, Ning Xuema turned around and rode away on Kiran. The young man was stunned for a moment as he watched her leave. He closed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and began to regulate his breathing. He didn't want to die, he had to live on. He still had to pick the heavenly ice grass. After an unknown amount of time, the young man finally finished recuperating and regained some strength. He opened his eyes and was stunned for a moment. It was unknown when the green-clothed girl had returned. In her palm, there was a faint blue grass that was trembling slightly. Heavenly ice grass. The young man's eyes lit up. He looked at the young girl. Didn't you risk your life to come here for this stalk of grass?" Ning Xuema said. Her voice was still indifferent. "I picked an extra stalk just now." I'll give it to you. That young man, he slowly reached out and took the stalk of grass. He gently placed it into his mouth and slowly ate it. He did not say the word, thank you, because it was too light. Ning Xuema took advantage of the time when the young man was meditating and left on Kiran. Since the young man could come here with a broken sword, it proved that he had extraordinary abilities. As long as the snake venom was removed, he would be able to leave the mountain alive. Master, do you know him? Kiran had been holding it in all the way. When they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, he finally could not hold it in anymore and asked. Chapter 327. Ning Xuema shook her head. I don't know him. She only saved him because she saw the face that resembled number 2's. This person is too much. You saved his life and gave him a stalk of grass. He didn't even say thank you. How rude. Kiran was a little angry. I don't have to ask for something in return for a favor. I don't need a thank you from him. He's much better than that red-clothed pervert. That guy was the real one who repaid kindness with ingratitude. Fortunately, he was tricked into the water by her. Speaking of which, was that pervert eaten by the monsters? He hasn't appeared for so many days. He should be dead, right? What a pity. Where did he hide that good zither? Ning Xuema shook her head and decided not to think about this annoying problem. She yawned and said, let's go. I'm sleepy. The matter of Ning Xuema subduing a Qilin had long been known by everyone. Therefore, recently, the little Qilin frequently appeared in the city in its original form. Aside from attracting people's attention, nothing else happened and no one dared to have any ideas about it. If they caught it, they would have to catch that jinx, Ning Xuema. Jinxes were the bane of people. This time, Ning Xuema was a little tired. She simply let Kiran carry her in its original form and run into the city. As expected, it attracted the attention of passers-by. Occasionally, the sound of discussion drifted into her ears. Is the one who just passed by Miss Ning? Yes, it's that jinx. Shoo, stay away from her. Don't get the bad luck. Yes, yes. When we get home, we should wash off the bad luck. The two of them were in a heated discussion. Suddenly, there were two whooshing sounds in front of them. The two of them looked up and saw two black balls flying into their mouths. It smelled fishy. The two of them almost choked to death. They hurriedly pulled the balls out of their mouths. When they looked down, they vomited. What blocked their mouths were actually two balls of fresh donkey dung. A girl's laughter came from the front. Her laughter was like a silver bell swaying all the way. Master, good aim. Kiran praised. Its little master didn't even look back. She just flicked the willow branch she was playing with on the ground, and the two balls of donkey dung automatically flew backward. Ning Xuema patted her small mouth and yawned. Of course, your little master was number 1 in hidden weapons that day. While they were speaking, they had already arrived at the city gates. Ning Xuema had just arrived when a group of soldiers suddenly gathered at the city gate. You're back. She's back. Ning Xuema frowned. She hadn't done anything wrong recently, had she? Why were the soldiers surrounding her? Just as she was about to ask, the crowd parted and a black-clothed bodyguard knelt down in front of her. Miss Ning, please save our crown prince. Ning Xuema, she had already recognized that person as Ji Yunhuang's personal bodyguard, whom she had met 2 or 3 times before. His name was Lei Lu. What happened to your crown prince? His Highness, he was seriously injured and his life is at stake. Ning Xuema raised her eyebrows and immediately said, let's go to the crown prince's residence. Lei Lu, tell me in detail how he got injured. The crown prince's residence, which used to be orderly and well-trained, was now in chaos. The crown prince's aides, civil and military officials, and even Lu Hin Ti were all gathered in the crown prince's residence. The imperial physicians in the palace and all the famous doctors in the capital were urgently summoned to the crown prince's residence. Chapter 328. Inside the crown prince's bedroom, Ji Yunhuang's face was as pale as a sheet. He was lying on the bed with his teeth clenched, not moving an inch. A doctor was trembling in fear as he examined him, Lu Hinti's face was as calm as water as he paced back and forth in the main hall. Oppressive and oppressive, that invisible pressure made everyone unable to breathe. In the corner of the main hall, there was a row of doctors kneeling like quails. All of them had their heads lowered as they were so nervous that they were sweating profusely. After a while, the doctor who was examining the crown prince also knelt down. "Your Majesty." Lu Hinti anxiously asked, "How is it?" The doctor's lips trembled. "Your Majesty, the crown prince's heart was injured. This official is also powerless. Trash." Lu Hinti slammed his palm on the table. "What did I raise all of you for? If anything happens to the crown prince, I will bury all of you trash with him." That doctor also trembled as he knelt down with the other doctors. Cough. Ji Yunhuang, who had been standing straight and motionless, suddenly trembled. A gurgling sound came from his throat. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your Highness." "Huang, brother." In a flurry, they wiped away Ji Yunhuang's blood and cleaned him up. Ji Yunyao, who had been standing at the side, looked at Ji Yunhuang, whose face was as white as a sheet, and cried out, "Brother, you must hold on. Wu, if anything happens to you, I don't want to live anymore. Shut up." Lu Hinti became even more anxious when he saw her crying. "You still have the face to cry here? If it wasn't for your brother saving you, how could he be injured like this? Shut up, don't disturb him anymore." Ji Yunyao's body trembled as she resisted the urge to cry. Tears flowed down her face. "Your Majesty, Divine Dr. Mo has arrived." A eunuch hurriedly came to report. Lu Hinti's eyes lit up as if he had finally grasped onto a life-saving straw. "Quickly invite him in. Quickly invite him in." Divine Dr. Mo was a young man who looked to be around 30 years old. He was handsome and refined. On this continent, there was no one who did not know of Divine Dr. Mo's name. No one knew who his master was. They only knew that his medical skills were extremely brilliant. He could bring the dead back to life and heal bones. It was unknown how many people on the verge of death had been brought back to life by his miraculous hands. No matter where this person went, he would be treated as a guest of honor. Even the royal families of the 5 countries treated him differently. This person was indeed unique when it came to treating illnesses, but his temper was also strange. He was extremely arrogant and would not allow anyone to question him. Once he was questioned, he would definitely leave. Therefore, everyone who invited him treated him with respect and treated his judgment as an imperial edict. Upon hearing his arrival, not only did Lu Hinti have hope, even the row of doctors who were kneeling quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Hinti led the civil and military officials who had been waiting outside to welcome Divine Dr. Mo in. Ji Yunyao's eyes widened as she stared unblinkingly at Divine Dr. Mo walking to the bed to treat Ji Yunhuang. She did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lu Hinti also held his breath. This was their last hope. Divine Dr. Mo's eyebrows wrinkled even tighter. Lu Hinti and the rest also stared at his expression. Seeing his frown, their hearts also seemed to tighten. After a moment, Divine Dr. Mo finally let go of Ji Yunhuang's wrist and slowly stood up. Chapter 329. Divine Dr. Mo, how is he? Can he be saved? Lu Hinti bluntly asked. Divine Dr. Mo's voice was flat. His heart was injured by the heavenly star Sek's blue star saber. The blue star saber also had the soul-breaking parasite. Now, the parasite has entered his 8 extra meridians and his heart is on the verge of breaking. If it wasn't for the fact that the Crown Prince's psychokinesis had reached Earth rank level 3, he would have been dead by now. Yes. Divine Dr. Mo, you're right. My brother was plotted against by the Heavenly Star sect. Since Divine Dr. Mo can see through his injury, you must be able to cure him, right? Ji Yunyao's eyes sparkled, full of hope. Divine Dr. Mo shook his head and was about to speak when the guard outside reporting to the Emperor, Miss Ning from the Marquis Jinyuan estate has arrived. Lu Hinti subconsciously frowned. What is she doing here? Ji Yunyao was even more furious. What is this jinx doing here? If not for her, my brother wouldn't be able to endure such a heavy injury. Reporting to the emperor, Miss Ning said that she can treat His Highness. The guard outside reported. Lu Hinti was startled. Divine Dr. Mo sneered, "What a big tone. Even I don't have full confidence in treating him, how can she treat him?" Ji Yunyao snorted, "How can that slut have such ability? She's just playing to the gallery. Wait for your daughter to beat her up." She turned around and ran out. Lu Hinti did not stop her. His eyes stared at Divine Dr. Mo's face. "Since Divine Dr. Mo knows about the illness, you must have a way to treat my son?" Divine Dr. Mo nodded proudly. "I can save his life, but the parasite has already spread to his 8 extra meridians. His Highness martial arts can be considered as completely crippled." "What?" Lu Hinti's face changed greatly. Divine Dr. Mo was not finished. "Not only will his martial arts be crippled, I'm afraid that he won't be able to walk or even sit up and take care of himself. In other words, Ji Yunhuang would be paralyzed in bed for the rest of his life. He couldn't even take care of himself." What was the difference between being alive and being dead? Lu Hinti's face turned pale. This was the son he was most proud of. If this was the result, Divine Dr. Mo, is there any other way? As long as I can make him better, no matter what you need, I will try my best to do it. Your Majesty, even if you pluck the ginseng fruit from the heavens, His Highness the Crown Prince can only do so. This is already the best outcome for him. Lu Hinti's body swayed, his heart filled with despair. The head steward leaned over and whispered into his ear, "Your Majesty, just now the Imperial Guard said that Miss Ning seems to be able to treat the Crown Prince's injury. Why don't we let her in to take a look? I heard that Miss Ning had once reattached a severed arm and restored that person's severed arm back to normal." Lu Hinti's mind moved, but before he could say anything, Divine Dr. Mo sneered, "His Majesty would believe a silly little girl?" Lu Hinti choked. He wanted to ask someone to invite Ning Xuema back, but he was afraid that Ning Xuema wouldn't be able to treat him. Instead, he would offend Divine Dr. Mo and lose his paralyzed son. Divine Dr. Mo immediately saw through his worries. He sneered, "Your Majesty, there is no harm in letting her in to take a look. Let this commoner see if she has any miraculous tricks up her sleeves." Lu Hinti knew that Divine Dr. Mo was ridiculing him, but at this time, his son's life was more important. Lu Hinti was in a dilemma. He, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, was slightly hesitant. He held on to the mentality that with one more person, there would be more hope. He immediately decided to go with the flow and summon Ning Xuema. Chapter 330. Lu Hinti smiled apologetically at Divine Dr. Mo, then let her come in and take a look. She may not have any methods, but to be able to consult Divine Dr. Mo is a rare opportunity for her. She still has some medical skills. "Come, invite Miss Ning in." Divine Dr. Mo sneered as he casually sat down on a chair. He wanted to see who exactly was this person who dared to boast so arrogantly. Outside the Crown Prince's residence, Ning Xuema stood there with her arms crossed, coldly confronting Ji Yunyao. On the way here, she had already asked Imperial bodyguard Lei Lu about the general situation. However, the matter of Ji Yunyao framing Lususu was exposed, and the people of Heavenly Star sect knew the ins and outs of the matter. The sect leader of the Heavenly Star sect was furious and sent a disciple to demand an explanation from Lu Hinti. Recently, Lu Hinti's children had been in trouble one after another. He had just beaten up his son and demoted him to a commoner. Before he could call him back, his daughter had created such a big mess. This gave him a headache. He was so angry that he called his daughter into the palace and reprimanded her. He stripped her of her princess title and demoted her to a princess. He ordered her to reflect on her mistakes in the princess's residence. His punishment was obviously too light, so the Heavenly Star sect disciples were naturally dissatisfied. They found a disciple from the Opportunity sect to sneak into the princess's residence and kidnap Ji Yunyao. That day, Ji Yunhuang accompanied Ning Xuema to the tea house to drink wine. He was called away by the princess's maid because of the princess's disappearance. Ji Yunhuang investigated carefully and found out that it was the Heavenly Star sect who kidnapped his sister. He was afraid that Ji Yunyao would be at a disadvantage, so he brought people to chase after them. Lei Lu was also one of the people he brought along. The Heavenly Star sect is also a famous sect on this continent, and there are many experts inside. Ji Yunhuang spent a lot of effort to find Ji Yunyao. When he was escaping with her, he met the sect leader of the Heavenly Star sect who was returning to the mountain. After a fight, Ji Yunhuang was injured by the sect leader. Lei Lu and the others risked their lives to rescue him and retreated to the capital. Ning Xuema also understood Ji Yunhuang's current symptoms from Lei Lu's description. She also had a general idea. He had even planned out the treatment plan in his heart. But she didn't expect to run into Ji Yunyao at the entrance of the Crown Prince's residence. When Ji Yunyao saw her, it was as if she had met her enemy. Her eyes burned with hatred. Immediately, he began to curse her, calling her jinx, scourge, slut, and clamoring for her to get lost. The commotion in front of the Crown Prince's residence naturally attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Usually, this princess always put on airs. Today, people finally saw the princess's scolding skills. She was simply comparable to the butcher's wife in the market. No one dared to intervene in the affairs of the royal family, and no one dared to stand up for this injustice. Therefore, when people heard her scolding fiercely, although they felt indignant, no one dared to say anything. They all looked at Ning Xuema sympathetically, thinking that this seemingly weak girl would cry after being scolded. She didn't expect that Ning Xuema would sit there with her arms crossed and listen. After hearing Ji Yunyao's scolding, her lips curved into a smile. She sized Ji Yunyao up from head to toe before unhurriedly saying, "Is this really a princess? Is it some shrew pretending to be her?" Pfft. Someone in the crowd laughed. This little girl's counterattack was good. Ji Yunyao's face immediately turned red. "You slut." She raised her hand and was about to teach Ning Xuema a lesson. Chapter 331. She raised her hand and was about to teach Ning Xuema a lesson, but Ning Xuema's words stopped her in her tracks. "If you want to lose a few more teeth, then come and try." Ji Yunyao immediately thought of the embarrassment Ning Xuema gave her at Heavenly Book Mountain. If Ji Yunhuang had not arrived in time, she was afraid that she would have suffered even more under Ning Xuema's hands. Ning Xuema coldly said, "Ji Yunyao, let me ask you, who told you to stop me? Was it His Majesty?" Ji Yunyao choked. That's right. Imperial Father also doesn't want a jinx like you to enter the Crown Prince's residence. So as to avoid being tainted by your bad luck. Alright, since it was His Majesty's intention, then there was no need for her to go in and ask for a rebuff. Ning Xuema faintly smiled and nodded. "Very good. You're the one who said it." She then nodded at Lei Lu. "Lei Lu, I can indeed treat your Crown Prince's injuries, but since the imperial family doesn't allow me to enter the residence, then I can't help. Goodbye." She turned and left. She was not a saint and did not have the heart of a doctor. The reason why she came here was because of Ji Yunhuang's kindness. In her heart, she also saw Ji Yunhuang as a friend. Therefore, she did not care about the past and immediately came here. However, the old emperor and princess clearly did not believe her and humiliated her like this. Why should she shamelessly go up and treat them? Lei Lu became anxious and knelt down again. "Miss Ning, please stay for a moment. This subordinate will personally report to His Majesty." Ji Yunyao was also stunned, but she was still unconvinced. Her small mouth twitched as she said, "Why would I beg this slut? My brother has divine Dr. Mo to treat him. Why would he need this jinx's three-legged cat's medical skills?" Lei Lu suddenly turned his head and did not care about seniority. He said in a low voice, "Princess, please speak with dignity. His Highness was injured because he wanted to save you. If you miss this opportunity and something happens to the Crown Prince, I'm afraid you will regret it for the rest of your life." Ji Yunyao's expression changed. She raised her hand and gave Lei Lu a resounding slap. "Who do you think you are? You dare to teach me a lesson?" Lei Lu stood there with his back straight. "Princess, Lei Lu's lowly life is not important. His Highness the Crown Prince's injuries are the most important. Even if you beat Lei Lu to death, Lei Lu will still invite Miss Ning in. You're rebelling. With the princess's authority being offended, Ji Yunyao simply flew into a rage. You actually dare to go against my words. As soon as she raised her hand, she wanted to give Lei Lu a few consecutive slaps. However, before she could do so, someone grabbed her wrist. Ning Xuema's cold voice sounded in her ear. He is the crown prince's loyal guard. He is an iron-blooded man. How can someone like you be qualified to teach him a lesson? Ning Xuema's hand was as fast as lightning. Ji Yunyao was not prepared at all, and her wrist was immediately grabbed by her. Ji Yunyao's entire body immediately went numb, unable to exert even the slightest bit of strength. Ning Xuema casually flung her away, causing her to stagger and almost hit her head on the door of the crown prince's residence. There were other guards of the crown prince's residence at the door, but at this moment, they also looked down on Ji Yunyao's arrogance. Seeing that she was at a disadvantage, they all turned a blind eye and pretended not to see. Lei Lu looked at Ning Xuema and his heart was moved. Such a delicate little girl, who had already been treated unfairly, was actually willing to stand up for a servant like him. What was even rarer was her imposing manner. Once she was serious, it was actually full of power. Compared to a real princess like Ji Yunyao, she had more style. Chapter 332. This kind of girl was simply like a luminous object, unknowingly attracting everyone's attention. While the entrance was in a mess, a small eunuch rushed out and loudly announced, His Majesty has decreed that Miss Ning should quickly enter. Since the emperor had personally passed down the decree, no one dared to stop her. Lei Lu sighed in relief and bowed towards Ning Xuema. Miss Ning, please enter. Ning Xuema did not even look at the pale Ji Yunyao and stepped inside. Ji Yunhuang's injury was more important. She did not have time to bicker with this shrew princess. There would be another time to teach her a lesson. Ning Xuema finally entered the crown prince's palace and finally saw Ji Yunhuang. Of course, she also saw the large room full of people inside. Divine Dr. Mo had been active in Chongkong country for the past few days, so he had naturally heard of Ning Xuema's reputation as a trash and a jinx. His heart was filled with disdain and curiosity towards her. At this moment, when he saw Ning Xuema enter, he sneered slightly. So it turned out to be this little girl who was still a fetus. Sure enough, she was too young and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. She had not even seen the patient and yet she dared to boast that she could cure Ji Yunhuang's injury. It must be because her reputation was too bad and she wanted to use this opportunity to make a comeback. She was going to slap her in a while. Ning Xuema naturally saw this divine Dr. Mo. She had also heard of his reputation before, but she did not expect him to be so young. According to the information she had obtained, this divine Dr. Mo was at least 50 years old. He had been famous for 30 years. To be able to maintain his appearance, it seemed like his psychokinesis was not weak. At this moment, this divine Dr. Mo raised his head slightly and looked at her with a condescending gaze with a face full of disdain. Looking at his expression, she knew what he was thinking. Her lips curled up slightly and she did not look at him anymore. She directly walked towards Ji Yunhuang's bedside. Excuse me, please move aside. Divine Dr. Mo was intentionally blocking Ji Yunhuang's bedside, but when he heard Ning Xuema's words, the veins on his forehead jumped. This little girl was not old, but she had such an arrogant tone. You said you can cure the crown prince's injury? He did not have the intention to move aside and spoke in a deep voice. Not bad. Ning Xuema answered succinctly. She finally looked at him and said bluntly, Since you can't treat me, don't stand here and block the way. Divine Dr. Mo's handsome face turned slightly red. After so many years, this was the first time someone dared to speak to him like this. How do you know I can't treat him? Divine Dr. Mo's voice turned cold. Ning Xuema crossed her arms. Do you even need to guess? If you could treat him, would His Majesty have invited me in? Divine Dr. Mo, she was indeed a smart girl. He had yet to see how good his medical skills were, but this instantaneous deduction ability made him look at him in a new light. Luhin Ti also felt a little uncomfortable. He coughed and said, Ning Xuema, don't be rude in front of Mr. Mo. Look at Huang, or first, as long as there was a sliver of hope, he wanted to grasp it at all costs. Divine Dr. Mo sneered again. He moved to the side and said coldly, "Good, you see. I'd like to see what a little girl like you can see." He was waiting to see this little girl make a fool of herself. Ning Xuema took a few steps forward and checked Ji Yunhuang's condition. Her movements were quick and nimble. She was very familiar with the 4 ways of looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse, but it was different from the methods of the doctors in this era. Chapter 333. Furthermore, she had her own set of Western medicine diagnoses, causing all the doctors in the room to be even more confused. Divine Dr. Mo was also looking at her. Although he still felt disdain towards Ning Xuema, he still had medical ethics. He knew that when a doctor was treating a patient, he should avoid talking and disturbing them. Ji Yunyao had also entered the room unknowingly. When she saw that everyone's gaze was focused on Ning Xuema, the hatred in her heart increased by another level. She first looked at the other doctors' expressions and saw that some of them were surprised, some were disdainful, some were puzzled, and some were confused. She then knew that there was a problem with Ning Xuema's diagnosis method. She could not help but sneer, "Why are you pretending to be an expert? How can a good-for-nothing jinx diagnose an illness that Divine Dr. Mo can't? Don't let others laugh at you. Shut up." 2 people spoke at the same time. One was Luhin Ti, and the other was actually Divine Dr. Mo. When the 2 of them spoke at the same time, Ji Yunyao was shocked. She shut her mouth and looked at one person, then looked at the other. She felt wronged. Imperial father, Luhin Ti simply had a headache because of this daughter of his. His face was as calm as water. "Don't make noise. Your brother's injury is more important." Divine Dr. Mo's tone was also cold. When a doctor is treating a patient, the surroundings are not allowed to make noise. Don't you know this? Ji Yunyao bit her lips hatefully and finally didn't open her mouth to speak again. After a moment, Ning Xuema stood up. She already had an idea in her heart. Ji Yunhuang's injury looked extremely dangerous, but he wouldn't die in a short period of time. How is it? Luhin Ti couldn't help but ask. Ning Xuema's small face was expressionless. Her gaze landed on Divine Dr. Mo. What did Divine Dr. Mo say? Divine Dr. Mo sneered, "You were so confident just now. Don't tell me you didn't even see the illness?" Actually, he was also certain that Ning Xuema did not notice anything wrong with Ji Yunhuang's wound. At first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary knife wound. All the doctors present did not notice anything wrong with Ji Yunhuang. They all thought that Ji Yunhuang's heart was injured. Ning Xuema smiled. She was beautiful to begin with. Her smile was like a clear light that seemed to brighten up the entire bedroom. The illness isn't complicated. The crown prince's left ventricle was cut by a knife. The knife's aura cut the left ventricle. As expected, she thought that it was just a knife wound. However, it was already considered pretty good that she was able to identify the specific part of Ji Yunhuang's injury. It seemed that this little girl's medical skills were remarkable. Divine Dr. Mo sneered and pointed his nose at Ning Xuema, and? Ning Xuema smiled leisurely. Also, there was a goo poison on the saber. Now, the poison has already flowed into his 8 extraordinary meridians. The goo worm has already entered his heart, in the right atrium. Divine Dr. Mo stiffened, and his face changed. This little girl actually had such sharp eyes? He actually knew more than him, and in more detail. Could it be that someone told her in advance? Divine Dr. Mo's gaze landed on the little eunuch who delivered the decree. When he told Luhin Ti about the illness, this little eunuch was in the room. Ning Xuema smiled again. The goo poison has already rushed to the Ren and Du meridians. She said a lot of professional terms and finally concluded, if we use ordinary methods to treat him, at most, we can save his life. However, his martial arts will be completely crippled. He might even be paralyzed in bed for the rest of his life, unable to take care of himself. After hearing this, Divine Dr. Mo's face completely changed. Ning Xuema's statement was almost the same as what he said to the emperor. Chapter 334. Ning Xuema's statement was almost the same as what he said to the emperor. When he said this to the emperor, the eunuch had already left. she really saw through it. She was not opportunistic and did not follow the crowd. Ji Yunyao's face changed and she could not help but shout, "Nonsense! My brother will not be paralyzed in bed. You jinx, don't talk nonsense." Ning Xuema's face tensed up. She glanced at her and crossed her arms. She looked at Lu Hinti with a smile that was not a smile, then pretend that I didn't say anything. Lu Hinti had been listening attentively. He was already in despair about his son's condition, but after hearing Ning Xuema's words, it seemed that there was still hope. Hearing her words, he hurriedly said, "Xuema, do you have other unusual methods?" Ning Xuema smiled lazily, "Of course I do. If you use my method, not only can the crown prince keep his life, he can also continue to practice martial arts. However, he will need to rest in bed for a month." When she said this, Lu Hinti's eyes lit up. Divine Dr. Mo could not help but widen his eyes. He looked at Ning Xuema and did not believe her at all. Impossible. Once the parasite enters the Ren and Du meridians, it cannot be removed. Moreover, the heart meridians that were injured by the knife will not be as good as before. Even if he can recover his ability to walk, his heart will beat like thunder after 2 steps. If he moves too vigorously, his heart meridians will break. He will still die. Ning Xuema pursed her lips. I said, "If it is the ordinary method, the result will be like this." "Then what is your special method?" Divine Dr. Mo's interest was piqued. "I will tell you when necessary." Ning Xuema said lightly and looked at Lu Hinti again, "Your Majesty may not believe me? Then I will ask Divine Dr. Mo to treat him." "Xuema will take her leave now." "Xuema." Lu Hinti finally caught a glimmer of hope. How could he let her go? He even took a step forward and stood in front of Ning Xuema. "Xuema, what are the chances of your special method succeeding? What's the worst that could happen?" "I'm 70 to 80% sure." Ning Xuema answered straightforwardly, "The worst case scenario is that he can't keep his kung fu and can't use his kung fu anymore. However, he can still do normal activities." Even the worst outcome was much better than Divine Dr. Mo's best outcome. Lu Hinti's eyes lit up even more. He didn't care if he would offend Divine Dr. Mo. He almost forgot himself and grabbed Ning Xuema's hand. "Xuema, then I'll leave Huang to you. You have to try your best to save him. He treats you well." Ning Xuema took a step back. "Xuema will do her best, but Xuema has her own conditions." "What conditions?" "I'll promise you anything." Lu Hinti blurted out. Ji Yunyao's expression changed. If Ning Xuema's condition was to be the crown prince's consort, then, she immediately sneered at the side, "Father, she's just a 13-year-old girl. How could she have better skills than Divine Dr. Mo? Don't listen to her boasting. She's a jinx. If it wasn't for her, brother crown prince wouldn't be like this. If she randomly asks for conditions and enters our imperial family." Her words reminded Lu Hinti. His expression changed slightly and he regretted saying too much. If Ning Xuema really asked to be the crown prince's consort, then should he agree or not? When the ancestor left that day, he said, "A 1,000-year lone phoenix will cause chaos in the world." He naturally believed the ancestor's words without any doubt. Chapter 335. If she were to marry the crown prince, not only would she cause Ji Yunhuang's death, she would also cause the destruction of Chong Kong Empire. "Xuema, you. What are your conditions?" "I will try my best to satisfy you." His words were much more tactful. Ning Xuema was extremely intelligent, so how could she not know what this father and daughter pair were thinking? The corner of her lips slightly curved, but it was unknown whether it was mockery or ridicule. "Your Majesty, don't worry. I am not interested in the crown princess. Your Majesty will definitely be able to fulfill Xuema's conditions." Lu Hinti finally let out a sigh of relief. "All right, speak." Ning Xuema's gaze fell on Ji Yunyao's body. Ji Yunyao's body inexplicably turned cold, as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. She couldn't help but take a step back. "You. Why are you looking at me?" Ning Xuema's lips curved again. causing Ji Yunyao to be even more alarmed when she saw her smile. A bad feeling welled up in her heart, as if she was going to be in big trouble. This time, her intuition was not bad. Ning Xuemo really opened her mouth. "Your Majesty, the princess has repeatedly attacked Xuemo for no reason. Xuemo almost died in her hands several times. Now, Xuemo is very unhappy whenever she sees her." Lu Hinti immediately said, "I will immediately have her get lost." He gave Ji Yunyao a look. "Why aren't you getting lost?" Ji Yunyao also knew that this was not the time to argue. Although she was angry, she still wanted to leave. Ning Xuemo sneered, "So this is how your Majesty promised Xuemo?" "That's very good." She said the last 3 words very slowly and heavily. Lu Hinti's heart skipped a beat, but he could only say, "Then, Xuemo, what are your conditions?" "The princess's mouth is very poisonous, making people feel suffocated. Xuemo thinks that your Majesty should teach her a lesson." Ning Xuemo said the first step. Lu Hinti gritted his teeth. "Xuemo, you're right. This child really needs to be taught a lesson. Guards, drag the princess down and give her 30 slaps." It was definitely an extremely shameful thing for a princess of the royal family to be slapped. What's more, the person's palms were as hard as iron palms. 1 slap was enough to make one's face red, and 2 slaps was enough to knock out a tooth. Ji Yunyao usually liked to slap people, but she liked to slap other people. She loved to use this punishment on women who offended her or her palace maids once they made a mistake. She felt inexplicably good when she saw that person being slapped into a pig's head. In her entire life, she had slapped countless people. Moreover, every time someone was beaten into a pig's head, she would order people to parade them through the streets, humiliating them as much as she could. Many of the women who had been dealt with by her in this way were ashamed and angry, and many of them committed suicide, and now, it was finally her turn to be slapped. When she thought of the person's swollen and purple face, Ji Yunyao was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She jumped up. "Imperial father, don't listen to this slut's nonsense." 60. Ning Xuemo coldly spat out 2 words. "Slut, what did you say?" 90. Lu Hinti was about to be defeated by his stupid daughter. He immediately said, "Guards, drag the princess down and give her 90 slaps." With a flick of his finger, he sealed Ji Yunyao's stupid retort to prevent the number of slaps from increasing. 2 eunuchs received the emperor's signal and came over to drag Ji Yunyao away. Unexpectedly, Ning Xuemo was not finished. "Your Majesty, the princess is the most honorable girl in the world. She should be virtuous, benevolent, and have a noble temperament. Princess Ji Yunyao obviously does not meet this requirement. In order to avoid being laughed at by the world, her princess title should be revoked and never be restored." Chapter 336. Some people just don't learn from their mistakes. If I don't teach her a real lesson, she won't understand that there are some people who can't be provoked. She had already offended this princess. Regardless of whether she tolerated it or not, this princess would still plot against her. Naturally, she wouldn't be polite. A drowning dog needs to be beaten up. It's best to beat it to death in one breath, so that it won't bite again. Lu Hinti was stunned. He looked at his daughter whose face was already pale, then looked at his son who was lying on the bed with only 1 breath left. He steeled his heart and said, "All right. I promise you." Ji Yunyao's body swayed. She didn't expect that she would end up like this today. Her pair of fiery eyes looked at Ning Xuemo, but she couldn't say anything. Even if she could, she finally understood that she couldn't say anything. If she said anything, she would only be humiliating herself. She had been arrogant and despotic for so many years. Today, she finally kicked an iron plate that broke her bones. She wanted revenge. Once she gained power in the future, she would definitely take revenge. She would let this stinky girl live a life worse than death. "Ning Xuemo, we have already promised you. Can you treat Huang now?" Lu Hinti's tone was already somewhat unpleasant. Ning Xuemo remained unmoved. She raised her head and smiled faintly. "Your Majesty, I haven't finished stating my conditions." "There's still more?" Lu Hin-ti simply wanted to gnash his teeth, but at this time, he couldn't offend this little girl. Even if he wanted to find an opportunity to punish her and teach her a big lesson, or even kill her to silence her, he had to wait until Ji Yunhuang recovered. Right now, he could only follow her wishes. Shuama, what conditions do you have? Just say it directly. Lu Hin-ti didn't want to bargain with her anymore. His son's injury didn't wait for anyone. Your Majesty is still the most straightforward. Ning Shuama clapped her hands. She was the best at reading people's minds. Lu Hin-ti's little scheme couldn't escape her eyes. Thus, she very straightforwardly stated her conditions. First, slap Ji Yunyao 90 times, and strip her of her title of princess, never to be reinstated. Secondly, Shuama had to decide her own marriage. His Majesty could no longer grant another marriage for Shuama. Thirdly, His Majesty had to swear to Shuama that he would not retaliate against Shuama in any way, whether now or in the future, including inciting the officials. Of course, this includes Princess Ji Yunyao as well. If the oath is violated, then the ruler of Vast Sky Empire will change hands, and the descendants of the Ji clan will never be able to hold their heads high. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the last line of exits. Even Lu Hin-ti's face darkened. Ning Shuama, how dare you? Treacherous. How disgraceful. Ning Shuama, how dare you? Is he crazy? All the ministers present began to reprimand him. This girl was simply crazy. He actually forced the emperor to swear an oath. Moreover, she had to swear such a treacherous oath. This was truly the first time since the beginning of time. Ning Shuama, do you know that based on what you just said, I can exterminate your entire clan? Lu Hin-ti's body emitted a cold pressure that made everyone tremble. Exterminate her entire clan? Even if you exterminate the entire Ning clan, what does it have to do with her? Ning Shuama secretly mocked him in her heart. Even if the entire Ning clan was exterminated, she would not care. Ning Shuama calmly raised her head, as if she did not see Lu Hin-ti's terrifying aura. Your Majesty, could it be that you want to take revenge on Shuama for today's matter? Of course not. Lu Hin-ti naturally would not admit it. That's right. Since your Majesty does not have the intention to harm Shuama, why should you be afraid of swearing an oath? Chapter 337. That's it. Since your Majesty has no intention of harming Shuama, why should you be afraid of making an oath? Shuama is an orphan girl. When she is in danger, no one can support Shuama. Shuama can only protect herself. If your Majesty doesn't even give Shuama this kind of promise, even if your Majesty is benevolent and righteous and won't harm Shuama, it's hard to guarantee that others will harm Shuama in order to curry favor with your Majesty. Therefore, we can only rely on your Majesty to issue an edict to restrain the subjects. If your Majesty agrees to this condition, Shuama will naturally risk her life to save His Highness the Crown Prince. If you don't agree, then Shuama's future will be worrying. Even if Shuama is willing to save His Highness the Crown Prince, I'm afraid that she will feel uneasy. Once there is a mistake, Shuama's cheap life is nothing. But if something bad happens to His Highness the Crown Prince... Lu Hin-ti, Ning Shuama's words were reasonable and he couldn't refute it for a while. Moreover, the little girl was obviously going all out. If he forced her, it would be useless. In the end, Aiko's life was more important. Lu Hin-ti secretly gritted his teeth and agreed. Of course, he also said some high-sounding words. For example, he naturally kept his words. For Marquis Ning's face, he will give you a promise and so on. Finally, according to Ning Shuama's words, he made an oath in front of all the officials. Once he made an oath, he would be under the supervision of God. It also involved the fate of the country. Lu Hin-ti wouldn't dare to violate it even if he was beaten to death. After he made the oath, in order to restrain the officials, he also said some ruthless words. For example, whoever violates my oath and seeks revenge on Ning Shuama will be killed without mercy. These words were said while looking at Ji Yunyao. His voice and expression were stern. He directly broke up Ji Yunyao's plan of revenge by force in the future. Although Ji Yunyao was very unwilling, she didn't dare to go against her imperial father on this matter. She glared at Ning Shuama, her eyes almost spitting fire. Ning Shuama responded with a faint smile, and then bowed deeply to Lu Hinti. Your Majesty, you can even agree to such a harsh condition as Shuama. You can even do this for the orphaned daughter of a meritorious official. It can be seen that your Majesty's benevolence is unparalleled. You are a famous emperor throughout the ages. Shuama admires you. At this time, she had to flatter Lu Hinti and appease his heart that was about to explode. She had to save his face and give him a way out so that she could be safer. Her words were so sincere that Lu Hinti finally regained some of his dignity. His cold face finally showed signs of thawing. He nodded and said, "Can you start now?" Ning Shuama nodded. "Of course. But I still need your Majesty to prepare an extremely clean room as soon as possible, a medical officer to assist me, and 2 sets of thoroughly disinfected white robes." She listed a few more conditions in one breath. Lu Hinti agreed to them one by one. No matter what the imperial family prepared, they were incomparably fast. In less than half an hour, all the facilities that Ning Shuama requested were ready. Only the medical officer was left. Lu Hinti didn't know what kind of person she needed, so he let her choose among the kneeling medical officers. Ning Shuama wasn't polite. She tilted her head and looked at the few of them. Just as she was about to choose one that looked nimble, Divine Dr. Mo, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly said, "This commoner is willing to assist this young lady." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Chapter 338. What kind of person was Divine Dr. Mo? Even if a prince wanted to be his assistant, he would still reject the most awesome divine doctor without any hesitation. A person who did not put anyone in his eyes was actually willing to be the assistant of a little girl? This time, regardless of whether Ning Shuama succeeded or not, just based on this point alone, her name would spread far and wide. Lu Hinti could not ask for anything more. Just as he was about to agree, Ning Shuama tilted her head and looked at Divine Dr. Mo. "I need someone who is extremely nimble." This was the first time Divine Dr. Mo was suspected of not being nimble. He was simply furious and proudly said, "My hands and feet are more nimble than any of the doctors here." Ning Shuama smiled. The reason why Divine Dr. Mo is willing to lower himself to be Shuama's assistant is because he wants to see how Shuama will treat him, right? Divine Dr. Mo's thoughts were seen through by her words. He was startled for a moment and his face turned red. "Could it be that you don't want others to see your treatment methods?" Ning Shuama shook her head. "It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of people stealing my medical methods." Since Divine Dr. Mo volunteered himself, Shuama could not ask for anything more. This matter was settled just like that. While the imperial family was preparing those things, Ning Shuama first watched Ji Yunyao being slapped. With her leisurely supervising from the side, the 2 women who were administering the punishment did not dare to let go. The slaps were especially crisp and clear. After 90 slaps, not to mention that Ji Yunyao's face was already swollen beyond recognition. After watching the punishment, Ning Shuama quickly went to disinfect herself. She needed to operate on Ji Yunhuang, so her body had to be thoroughly disinfected as well. An hour later, Ning Shuama was about to enter the cleansing room. Lu Hinti couldn't hold it in any longer and asked, "Ning Shuama, as far as we know, Huang Er's kindness to you can be said to be as heavy as a mountain. Your relationship with him is also very good. If we don't agree to your conditions, will you really not treat him?" Ning Shuama tilted her head to look at him and smiled. "Even if your Majesty doesn't agree, Shuama will still treat him. But fortunately, His Majesty is incomparably benevolent and has agreed." Lu Hinti, Ning Shuama smiled and entered. "Your Majesty, please wait for my good news. Shuama wants absolute silence. While I'm treating the Crown Prince, your Majesty is not allowed to enter the room no matter what you hear. You're not allowed to send anyone to disturb me. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Lu Hinti naturally agreed to this condition. He immediately ordered that no one was allowed to disturb Ning Shuama before she came out and no one was allowed to make any noise. To be on the safe side, Lu Hinti stationed elite soldiers outside the cleansing room. These elite soldiers were very nimble and walked very lightly. Not only did they guard the room like an iron bucket, but they also didn't make any noise that would disturb the people inside. Luhin Ti didn't leave either. He led the officials to personally sit in the Crown Prince's mansion's living room and quietly waited for the good news. As for the little Qilin, it contributed another Qilin scale. At this moment, it transformed into a blue cat and obeyed Ning Xuema's instructions. Bored, it rested on an armchair. In just a few days, it had already lost 2 scales. It needed to recuperate well to slowly recover. Master had already promised to buy it ginseng after this matter was settled. Luhin Ti naturally noticed it. As an emperor, his information channels were naturally sensitive enough. He knew that the big blue cat in front of him was actually a Kirin beast. Kirins were auspicious beasts. If they could persuade it to return to the imperial family, then vast Sky Empire would have a greater say in this continent. Chapter 339. If they wanted to unify the country in the future, they could use it to rally the people of other countries. Kirin, how do you know Xuema? Luhin Ti began to chat with it. Kirin yawned lazily. It was a rather proud mythological beast. Other than its master and, who was it again? Kirin felt that it seemed to know someone, but it couldn't remember at the moment. It seemed that some part of its memory had been erased. Well, since it couldn't remember, it wouldn't think about it. Anyway, it only listened to its little master. As for other people, it couldn't be bothered. Therefore, it didn't even bother to open its eyes. It continued to bury its head and rest. Luhin Ti was rebuffed. Hey, Kirin, His Majesty is the true dragon, the son of heaven. Even if you're a mythological beast, you still have to listen to the words of the true dragon, the son of heaven. An official couldn't help but speak up. The true dragon, the son of heaven? The whiskers on the side of the little blue cat's mouth curled up. It was just a title that the human emperor gave himself. Did it really think that he was a dragon? Dragons were noble mythological beasts. They didn't want to be the emperor of the human world. Besides, Kirins and dragons were on par. Even a true dragon couldn't be above a Kirin, let alone a dragon that humans gave themselves. At most, the emperors of the human world had the aura of a dragon bestowed by the heavens. They also had to rely on the power of the mountains and rivers. For example, their ancestors were buried in the dragon's den. It was a real mythological beast, Kirin. The fake dragon emperor of the human world was nothing. The little blue cat snorted. It wasn't clear whether it was mocking or disdainful, but it continued to lie there and sleep. Luhin Ti was a little embarrassed. It was the first time that he had been ignored so thoroughly. The officials saw that he didn't look too good. One of them hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Your Majesty, perhaps this is just a cat and not a Kirin. Look, it hasn't even developed spiritual intelligence. It can't understand your Majesty's words. He actually said that it hadn't developed spiritual intelligence. Kirin suddenly raised its head. Its round cat eyes stared at the blind official. It sneered and finally said, "You're the one who hasn't developed spiritual intelligence. Your whole family hasn't gained sentience." After spending a long time with Ning Xuema, it had unconsciously learned many of her speech patterns. Its voice was crisp and clear, like that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, clear and bright with a hint of majesty. As soon as it spoke, even though everyone was mentally prepared, they were still shocked. Everyone turned to look at Kirin. The minister was not angry at being scolded by it. He looked at it and said deliberately, "Just because you can talk doesn't mean you are a Kirin beast. There are cat demons in this world." After all, Kirin was still young and could not stand being provoked. It immediately jumped up and said, "You are the cat demon. Your whole family are cat demons." The minister's entire family was dragged into the conversation. The surrounding ministers could not hold back their laughter, causing the minister to feel slightly embarrassed. He sneered and said, "You say you're not a cat demon. What proof do you have?" Kirin looked at him with disdain. "You are indeed a mortal with the naked eye. You can't tell the difference between a demon and a god. I have auspicious celestial aura on me, not some demon aura." Then, Kiran, how about you show us your auspicious celestial aura? Lan Yufeng, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, said with a smile. The little Qilin glanced at him. Lan Yufeng's appearance was handsome and refined, which was quite to its liking. It also heard that he was more polite, which made its heart feel more comfortable. Finally, it lazily stood up from the armchair and stretched. What's so difficult about that? Today, I will show you my true form. Chapter 340. It jumped lightly onto the ground, and a blue light flashed like a wave. The little blue cat disappeared, and a majestic Kiran appeared in its place. It was about the size of half a horse, and its scales were sparkling under the sunlight. The two horns on its head were like dragon horns, and they looked like they were carved from green jade. Its eyes were beautiful almond-shaped, and its eyeballs were dark blue, like crystal-clear sapphires, shining with a glass-like luster. Its two whiskers trembled beside its lips, making it look even cuter. Its body seemed to be surrounded by a light blue luster, and with its movements, there seemed to be steam rising from it. It made people unable to look away. Although everyone had heard of Kiran beasts, this was the first time they had seen it in real life. Now that they saw it, their hearts were naturally shocked. Even Luhin Ti couldn't help but size it up. A strange light flashed in his eyes. This little Qilin was found in the territory of the vast Sky Empire, so it should belong to the imperial family. Kiran, do you have a name? Luhin Ti asked in a gentle voice, but secretly made a gesture to the guard beside him, indicating for him to find a few beast tamers. Yes, my name is Little Apple. Kiran held its head high and chest out. Luhin Ti frowned. This name is not mighty enough. How about I give you another name? As long as it accepted his name, it meant that it had accepted the royal family's offer. Kiran was stunned, and its eyes suddenly widened. This name was given to me by my mother. I don't want any other name. It actually had a mother? Didn't that mean that there were other Kiran beasts? If they caught other Kiran beasts, it would definitely shake the entire continent. Maybe the other 4 countries would immediately bow down to them. Since it's like this, I won't help you change your name. Little Apple, where is your home? Luhin Ti's voice was even more amiable. My home is in the Kiran Holy Land. Kiran was still young, and it didn't know how sinister people could be, and it didn't know the twists and turns of people's hearts. When others asked, it spilled the beans. Qilin Holy Land? Luhin Ti and the other ministers looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of this place. I wonder how many Qilins there are in this place. Your family must be quite big, right? Luhin Ti asked patiently. Of course, Kiran is a big family. There are several thousand of them. Kiran was proud, but a hint of sadness flashed through his eyes. It was a little homesick. Although the other Qilins in the family didn't treat it well, that place was its hometown after all. There were actually several thousand Qilins. Everyone's eyes lit up. Little Apple, do you miss home? If there's a chance, I'll send someone to send you home, okay? Luhin Ti didn't want to directly ask Kiran where the Holy Land of Kiran was. He was afraid that it would arouse the little guy's suspicion, so he asked in a roundabout way. As long as the little fellow agreed, would he be afraid that he wouldn't be able to find the Qilin Holy Land if he followed it? No need. Kiran turned back into a blue cat and nestled in the armchair. It looked lazy. I'll bring Master back in the future. It was almost like it was chased out. Even if it wanted to go back, it would have to wait until it was strong enough. It would be considered returning home in glory, and it didn't want to go back with its tail between its legs. The ministers looked at each other. It seemed that this Kiran wasn't so easy to deal with. At this time, everyone could see that Kiran's intelligence was equivalent to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Chapter 341. Although it was a little cautious, it was still not enough. Perhaps they could take a detour. Little Apple, I heard that even the chef in your little master's residence has run away. Are you hungry? Why don't you come to my palace and stay for a few days? My palace has everything you need. You can eat anything you want. Luhin Ti began to coax it. Kiran's eyes lit up, but then it shook its head. No need. Master will take me to eat a lot of delicious food. I won't eat in the residence. These days, Ning Shuama took it to many restaurants. It ate a lot of delicious snacks and felt quite satisfied. How can the food outside compare to the food in the palace? The best chefs and the best food can't be eaten outside. Little Apple, why don't you go to the palace and have a look? The minister next to them also chimed in. Kiran was indeed a little tempted, but it was a little afraid of strangers. Besides, it was a mythical beast and didn't want to have too much contact with humans. It tilted its head and thought for a while, as if it suddenly thought of something. Its eyes lit up. Emperor, if my master cures your son, you will be greatly indebted to her. You should at least treat her to a meal, right? Luhin tea. Of course, yes, that's it. Then, in order to thank her, you will definitely ask the chefs in the palace to cook the best food. Then, I will go with my master. It was still the smartest to think of such a good idea. The little Qilin smiled and narrowed its eyes. Luxian Emperor was speechless. Unexpectedly, he was stumped by Little Apple's words. He coughed and said, Little Apple, the delicious food and fun things in the imperial palace can't be eaten in one day. Even if your master brought you into the imperial palace, you could only stay for half a day. Kiran was actually not very interested in fun things. It preferred to eat. It thought for a while and finally came up with another idea. Emperor, my master has been so kind to you. You should reward her with a lot of delicious food, right? Why don't you ask the chefs to cook all the delicious food? Little Apple, there are too many good things to eat. Even if the imperial chef made all of them, you wouldn't be able to finish them all. The minister at the side chimed in. If we can't finish it, we can pack it up. Kiran tilted its head. This was a new term that it had learned from Ning Shuama. When everyone understood the meaning of pack from Kiran, they could not help but laugh. Who in the world would pack up and leave at the royal banquet? Kiran was too naive. One of the ministers explained to Kiran why they couldn't pack the food. In the end, he said to Kiran, Little Apple, even if the emperor's benevolence allows your master to pack the food, many things should be eaten while they're hot. Also, they can easily spoil. Why don't you stay in the palace and let the royal family feed you? Kiran immediately shook his head. No. I won't leave my master. It didn't want to change masters. They didn't expect this Kiran to be so loyal. Everyone looked at each other again. One of them had a serious expression and said, Kiran, you know that everyone in the world is a minister of the emperor. As long as it's within the borders of the vast sky empire, whether it's a person or an object, it belongs to the royal family. Even if your master is also a subject of His Majesty, you should be even more of a member of the imperial family. It's your fortune that His Majesty has taken a liking to you. I believe that as long as His Majesty speaks to your master, she will definitely agree and obediently offer you to the imperial family. Kiran was stunned and its eyes widened. Master would give it away? She wouldn't want it? Chapter 342. Of course not. Master won't abandon me. Kiran's voice became sharp. I have a blood contract with Master. She won't abandon me. She won't give me away. Blood contract? There was no lack of knowledgeable officials who knew the conditions for establishing a blood contract. It must be presided over by someone whose psychokinesis has reached the heaven realm. In this continent, the only person whose psychokinesis has reached the heaven realm was the ancestor. Could it be the ancestor? That official asked Luhin Ti. Luhin Ti frowned and shook his head. When Ning Shuama entered the mountain, the ancestor was a guest in the palace. He didn't go out at all. It's impossible for him to come to Heavenly Book Mountain. Who else could it be? Could there be someone whose psychokinesis has reached the heaven realm in this world? Since this person was willing to establish a blood contract between Ning Shuama and Kiran, it was obvious that he saw Ning Shuama in a new light. Who could it be? Countless questions and possibilities flashed through everyone's minds. Naturally, there were also countless guesses. If such a person suddenly appeared in Heavenly Book Mountain, what kind of change would it bring to Changkong country? They began to ask Kiran about that person's appearance and name. However, Kiran was even more confused than them. She said that she had already forgotten who that person was. She only remembered that she and her little master had established a blood contract under that person's supervision. Kiran's memories were erased. That Ning Xuema might also be the same. Obviously, that person didn't want to reveal their true identity. What was this person's goal? Everyone's mood became heavier. It was as if there was an invisible knife hanging over their heads. They couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Luhin Ti was even more apprehensive. He originally planned to wait for Ning Xuema to come out and force her to hand over Kiran. However, he didn't dare to act rashly now. Could that person be the deity who taught Ning Xuema medical skills? Luhin Ti began to think about this problem. This immortal being so fond of Ning Xuema, he didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing for vast sky country. Regardless of Ning Xuema's psychokinesis, her medical skills were indeed amazing. She also had the mythical beast Kiran by her side and a mysterious master. This kind of talent must be kept in vast sky country. If the monarch of vast sky empire wanted to keep a woman, there were many ways to do so. For example, making her a concubine, or bestowing a marriage to a prince or an official, but she was also a jinx. Luhin Ti did not dare to joke about his own life. He couldn't even bear to part with his own sons. His gaze fell on the ministers. Which of these ministers who had reached such a position were not shrewd? How could he not understand what Luhin Ti meant? All of them felt their hearts skip a beat. No one wanted to be cannon fodder, not even their own sons. Minister Zhua, I heard that the young master of your family is suave and romantic, and his literary talent is outstanding. Your Majesty, my son's body is weak. He is a bit of a playboy. Miss Ning is not inferior to men. She won't take a fancy to my son. Minister Zhua knelt down. Don't worry, I have already promised Xuema that I won't bestow a marriage to her. However, it's good for young people to play together more. Luhin Ti had his own plans. He smiled faintly and began to plan in his heart. If Ning Xuema didn't allow him to bestow a marriage, then he would simply find a way to hold a blind date for her and let all the young talents in the country participate. He didn't believe that the little girl's heart would not be moved. As long as she liked someone, it would be easy to handle. Chapter 343. He couldn't force Ning Xuema, but why couldn't he force those talented youths? For a woman, her husband's family was her final destination. As long as she married someone from Chong Kong Empire, then she would be considered as truly staying. Ning Xuema didn't expect that Luhin Ti had already started to plan for her marriage. At this moment, she was busy in the clean room. This room was completely arranged according to her requirements. A narrow bed without a bed curtain was used as the operating table. A huge luminous pearl was hung above her head. Although it wasn't as bright as the magnesium light in the operating room of a modern hospital, it was still able to illuminate the fine pores on a person's body. Furthermore, Ning Xuema had cultivated her psychokinesis, so her eyesight was exceptionally good. Therefore, even without modern equipment, she was still able to see clearly. Divine Dr. Mo looked at Ning Xuema with a complicated gaze. He had never seen anyone treat a patient like this before. Obviously, it was only his chest that was injured, but Ning Xuema ordered him to strip Ji Yunhuang naked. She even used strong alcohol to thoroughly wipe his entire body. After that, she covered the crown prince's lower body with a piece of white cloth, which finally covered some of the spring scenery. When he was doing all this for the crown prince, she didn't retreat out of embarrassment. Instead, she frequently asked him to wipe the places that he hadn't wiped yet, fearing that even a little bit would be left out. Throughout the entire process, her expression was calm. The crown prince's well-built body didn't cause any fluctuations in her emotions. The way she looked at the crown prince was like a doctor looking at a patient. When all the preparations were done, Ning Xuema then approached the small bed. She stretched out her finger and pressed on the already unconscious Ji Yunhuang's acupuncture point. Then, she picked up a shiny knife and scissors. Without even blinking, she cut open Ji Yunhuang's chest. Even the experienced and knowledgeable divine Dr. Mo was shocked by this scene. He forced himself to not open his mouth to ask. Ning Xuema had instructed him in advance that while she was treating Ji Yunhuang, he was not allowed to speak and only listened to her instructions. Both of them were wearing snow-white masks sewn by the emperor according to Ning Xuema's request. Divine Dr. Amo looked at Ning Xuema, who only revealed a pair of large eyes, and had a misconception that this girl was actually not human. Heart surgery was extremely difficult to perform. Fortunately, Ning Xuema had done a few cases in her previous life. Although the equipment here was a little shabby, she could find something else to replace it. Furthermore, she possessed the healing psychokinesis, so she could stop the bleeding in time and raise Ji Yunhuang's vitality in time. Furthermore, Ji Yunhuang's body was strong and his vitality was strong. This surgery was daunting but not dangerous. Ji Yunhuang was unconscious the entire time. He lay there motionless like a zombie, saving Ning Xuema a lot of trouble. Unknowingly, 3 hours had passed and the surgery was finally coming to an end. Ning Xuema began to carefully sew up layer by layer. When she sewed up the outermost layer of the epidermis, the unconscious Ji Yunhuang's fingers suddenly moved. His thin lips opened and closed as he spat out 2 words, Xuema. Although these 2 words were very vague, Ning Xuema could still hear them clearly. Her finger paused and was almost pricked by the thin silver needle. Divine Dr. Mo's hand was as fast as lightning. He tapped on Ji Yunhuang's body and the awakened Ji Yunhuang fainted again. Ning Xuema glanced at Divine Dr. Mo. He can't wake up right now. Divine Dr. Mo explained. Ning Xuema nodded slightly. It seemed like this Divine Dr. Mo was not someone who could see through things easily. Chapter 344. Her suturing skills were very good, and it was obvious that she was a veteran. Divine Dr. Mo looked at her with a complicated gaze. This kind of medical skill was not something that could be found in this era. Moreover, her technique was very experienced, so it was obvious that this was not her first time performing this kind of surgery. Could it be that she was self-taught since she was born? When Ning Xuema fed Ji Yunhuang a piece of sparkling blue thing, the entire surgery was officially completed. After 10 hours of surgery, even though Ning Xuema's physical strength was not bad, she still felt extremely tired. She moved her hands and feet and went to the side to wash her hands. Then, she turned around to look at Ji Yunhuang. The Qilin armor was indeed a divine item. His wound was already showing signs of healing. She believed that not long after, even the scar would not be left behind. It would not destroy the beauty of the crown prince's perfect chest. Although his face was slightly pale, his breathing was much more stable than before. Divine Dr. Mo took his pulse again. After carefully looking at it, he looked at Ning Xuema with disbelief in his eyes. Ji Yunhuang's heart was actually connected perfectly. Furthermore, it was flawless. His heartbeat was strong, and it was not like before when it seemed to be breaking and stopping. Furthermore, the goo poison could no longer be detected. It was obvious that she had already removed it. Ning Xuema yawned. Damn it, she was so tired. It had been a long time since she had performed this kind of surgery. She looked out of the window and saw that it was already the morning of the second day. When Ning Xuema walked out of the door, the little eunuch who was waiting outside the door had already rushed to report to the emperor. The emperor led a group of officials and rushed over like a gust of wind. Master. Kiran ran especially fast and almost jumped into Ning Xuema's embrace. Just now, its master had ordered it not to disturb her, so it did not dare to use its telepathy to ask its master about the situation. Xuema, how is Huang, Luhin Ti's voice was also trembling. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Ning Xuema replied simply. She patted Kiran's head and said, Good girl, turn back into your original form and carry me back. She needed a good rest. Luhin Ti's heart, which had been hanging in the air for a long time, finally settled down. He didn't have time to talk to Ning Xuema and wanted to go in. Your Majesty, he can't see anyone yet. If you go in, you'll bring the germs with you. I will call on him at this hour tomorrow. I've already told Divine Dr. Mo all the precautions. I'm tired, so I'll head back first. Ning Xuema had already mounted Kiran's body. Divine Dr. Mo poked half of his body out of the clean room and nodded towards Luhin Ti. proving that what Ning Xuema said was true. Lu Hinti was finally relieved and immediately ordered, "Men, prepare a palanquin with 8 carriers and send Miss Ning back to the residence. I will reward you handsomely later." Ning Xuema was carried back to Marquis Jingyuan's residence in a palanquin with 8 carriers. Along the way, the sound of gongs was heard. It was early in the morning, so it attracted the attention of many commoners. Lu Hinti was very generous and gave her several chests as a reward, which followed behind the palanquin. Ever since Ning Xuema had transmigrated, she had been frequently unlucky. If she wasn't being chased, she was being forced to marry, and then she was being despised. Now, she could finally hold her head up high. She felt that her bad luck had finally passed and now the good times had come. She had sharp eyes and ears now. Although the discussions outside were chaotic, they could not escape her ears. She still heard a few words. These commoners' discussions were not very creative. They were all kinds of envious, puzzled, and felt that it was inconceivable. Chapter 345. The conversation between two of them reached her ears, causing her to open her slightly closed eyes. This Marquis Jing Yuan's daughter can be considered as a salted fish turning over a new leaf today. The reward for this banquet is so much. From today onwards, she won't have to worry about wearing gold and silver anymore. Whoever marries her, it will also be worth it. Marry her? Brother Lu, you must be joking. She is the ancestor and great master Han Shanhua personally called her a jinx. Whoever marries her will jinx her. Do you still want your little life after marrying her? Actually, even if she is a jinx, so what? I heard that she is quite beautiful, has great medical skills, and also has money. If such a woman marries home, even if she jinxes me to death, I would be willing. Brother Lu, don't tell me you are tempted by her. You want to marry her so that you won't have to struggle for a few decades? That's right, your Lu clan is already in decline. If you marry her, get her family property, and let the entire Lu clan live a good life, sacrificing you would be worth it. I am not doing this for her family property. I just feel that she is quite pitiful. If no one wants her, I can reluctantly do it. Ning Xuema pulled open the curtain of the sedan chair, revealing half of her face, and swept a glance at the two people. They were 2 passing scholars. At this moment, they were standing in the crowd, commenting on the sedan chair. Suddenly, they saw half of Ning Xuema's face. Their hearts trembled, and half of their bodies went limp. This little girl was really beautiful, especially when she smiled at them. Brother Lu, she is looking at me. Brother Zhang, you are mistaken. She is clearly looking at me. The two people suddenly felt that if they could marry such a girl, even if they died immediately, it would be worth it. The two people returned Ning Xuema's smile one after another. Ning Xuema stretched out her snow-white jade-like hand, and lightly flicked her fingertips. The two people felt their palms go numb. They lowered their heads to look, and unexpectedly, there were 2 melon seed shells lying in their palms, melon seed shells thrown by the beauty. The beauty specifically threw melon seed shells at them. Was she interested in them? The two of them held the melon seed shells tightly, as if they were holding some kind of treasure. The corners of Ning Xuema's lips curled up slightly. The two of them would soon discover that the melon seed shell wasn't an ordinary melon seed shell. Instead, it had been added with something else. They would pay the price for talking too much today. Their bodies would itch for 7 or 8 days. She was about to put down the curtain when she suddenly sensed something. Her gaze turned towards the 2nd floor of a small, elegant building by the street. There was a guardrail on the 2nd floor, and a man was sitting by the railing. He was clearly on the 2nd floor, not too far away, but Ning Xuema couldn't see his face clearly. She could only see his azure robe fluttering in the breeze. Beside him was a small red clay stove. On top of the stove was a small odd-looking flask. White mist was rising from the flask, enveloping half of the man's figure in the faint mist. Green ant new fermented wine, red clay small stove, night wishes for snow, can you drink a cup? When Ning Xuema saw him, this ancient poem immediately appeared in her mind. She only felt that this poem matched this person very well. Although it was the beginning of autumn, and the autumn tiger was raging, it definitely wouldn't snow. However, that person sat there, with the bustling world behind him, and he seemed to be isolated from the world. He was cold and indifferent, untainted by the snow and frost of the world. Although that person only had a silhouette, Ning Xuema still recognized him. Han Shangyue. The art sage who threw her out of the window and even gave her the title of Jinx. Why was this bastard here? Chapter 346. Strange, wherever he appeared, there would always be a crowd. How come no one noticed him this time when he was just sitting there? Looking at his carefree appearance, it didn't seem like he was in a busy city, but more like he was in a spiritual mountain. Ning Xuema couldn't help but look at him a few more times. In her heart, she didn't have any thoughts of revenge. This person's martial arts were too unpredictable. With her current ability, provoking him would be seeking death. Han Shangyue seemed to have sensed something. He turned his head slightly and looked at her. Their gazes collided in the middle of this bustling street. Ning Xuema's hair stood on end and a chill ran down her spine. She couldn't help but shiver. She couldn't see his eyes clearly, but strangely, she could feel his gaze on her. His invisible gaze swept over her body. His gaze felt like it was being soaked in ice water. So cold. This person's gaze gave her the same feeling as when the ancestor looked at her that day. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. She didn't want to have anything to do with this person. She put down the curtain and sat down to meditate. Master, I saw Han Shangyue who called you a jinx. Kiran's voice sounded in her heart. Don't pay attention to him. Ning Xuema ordered. She and Han Shangyue weren't from the same world. She wouldn't provoke him if she could. The sedan arrived at the entrance of the residence. Old Zhong was waiting at the entrance. When he saw Ning Xuema get off the sedan, he hurriedly welcomed her, Master. His little master was finally back. He had been worried for the whole day. Ning Xuema nodded. Her gaze suddenly fell on the person behind Uncle Zhong. He was 14 or 15 years old. He had a baby face. His body was tall and straight like bamboo. His temperament was cold. There was a broken sword hanging from his waist. This was the person she saved in Tianshu Mountain. He is? Ning Xuema asked. Uncle Zhong couldn't hide his joy. Master, he is this old servant's new bodyguard. His martial arts are not bad. Ning Xuema looked at his pale face. Did he come here to repay a debt of gratitude? Or did he have other motives? His injuries healed quickly. The young man bowed slightly to her but didn't say anything. Ning Xuema did not expose him for the time being. This time, Luhin Ti had not only rewarded her with some jewelry and money, he had also rewarded her with 6 imperial guards, 2 maids, 2 cooks, and even a gardener. These people had naturally heard of Ning Xuema's reputation of being a jinx. They were also afraid of being cursed by her. However, they could not disobey the emperor's orders. If they did not come, they would die immediately. Therefore, no matter how unwilling they were, they had to follow along. Ning Xuema left these people to old Zhong. She went in to take a shower, had breakfast, and then dove into the bedroom to sleep for a whole day. By the time she woke up, it was already sunset. Old Zhong sent someone to bring her dinner. As expected of an imperial chef sent by the inner palace, the food he made looked, smelled, and tasted good. After Ning Xuema and Kiran ate heartily, a maid came to clear away the leftover food. Kiran ate until its mouth was covered in oil. It was also very satisfied. It patted its stomach and said, "This imperial chef's food is really good. No wonder the old emperor used this to tempt me." Ning Xuema looked at it. Tempt you? Yes, master. The little Qilan's memory was quite good, so it told her everything that the old emperor and the civil and military officials had said to it at that time. Chapter 347. Ning Xuema sneered in her heart. It seemed that Luhin Ti had taken a fancy to Kiran again. He had almost taken Kiran's family property. If he didn't know that she had a blood contract with Kirin, the old emperor would have shamelessly asked her for it, right? Little apple, people's hearts are sinister. If you don't want your family to be exterminated, you must never tell anyone where your hometown is. You must never reveal even the slightest bit, do you hear me? Once the news of Kirin's holy land was completely leaked, it would bring endless carnage to that place. Kirin nodded. I know. That year, that big brother also said the same thing. So it still had this bit of precaution. Ning Xuema let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, she recalled the prince sealed inside the stone spirit's stomach. It seemed that the prince's character wasn't bad. He was also the ancestor's disciple, but he was much stronger than the I Ching one. She didn't know why, but she felt that she had forgotten something. Little apple, who helped us set our blood contract. She felt that there was another person who had been in the stone spirit's stomach with her. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember who it was. Kirin blankly shook its head. I forgot. I only remember that it was an expert. Of course it was an expert. Otherwise, how could they set up a blood contract that only Heaven Realm cultivators could set up? What kind of expert? Do you still remember what he looked like? Kirin shook its head. I don't remember. She and Kirin both lost their memories of that expert at the same time. Did that expert erase her and Kirin's memories before he left? Ning Xuema couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought about it, so she simply stopped thinking about it. If that expert really wanted to harm her, she wouldn't be able to avoid it, so it was better to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. She gave Kirin a few more instructions, then waved her hand to let it go out and play by itself. She also walked out of the door. She discovered that she had only slept for a day, but the Marquis's mansion had already changed its appearance. The servants that the old emperor had bestowed upon her were already performing their duties. Some were weeding, some were patrolling, and some were sweeping. Ning Xuema took a stroll around the Marquis's mansion. No matter where she went, everything was in order. Everyone was doing their own thing. Especially those few imperial guards. Some were patrolling, some were following behind her from afar, and some were resting. Their arrangement was very methodical. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. She called old Zhong over. Uncle Zhong, who arranged for these people? Master, it's the newcomer, Shi Ju. He really has some skills. In half a day, he managed to tame these thorny guards. Uncle Zhong's tone was full of praise for the young man. This servant that delivered itself to his doorstep was too awesome. Although these imperial bodyguards were not top-notch experts, their martial arts skills were not low. Furthermore, he felt that he was from the inner palace, so he refused to submit to old Zhong's orders after coming here. They didn't dare to disobey the emperor's orders, but they still didn't put old Zhong in their eyes. There were also those imperial chefs, palace maids, and gardeners. Which one of them was easy to deal with? After entering the Marquis's mansion, they didn't want to do anything at all. They all acted as if they were begging for favors, and they even laughed at old Zhong who wanted to divide the work for them. Of course, they looked down on the newly arrived half-grown child, Shi Ju. In the end, Shi Ju challenged the most arrogant and unruly imperial bodyguard. He beat that imperial bodyguard up 4 or 5 times in a row and finally convinced him. Thus, many of the thorny guards became well-behaved and obediently followed the orders. Chapter 348. It had to be said that Shi Ju was a very talented leader. In just one day, he was able to get Marquis Jingyuan's residence on the right track. Everyone was doing their own thing without any chaos. Talent. This child was a talent. Uncle Zhong's mouth kept praising him. Ning Xuema pondered for a moment before instructing Uncle Zhong to call the talented youth into her hall. After a moment, the youth walked in with large strides and bowed to Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema sized him up. The youth's posture was tall and straight like a jade tree. He had a handsome but slightly pale baby face. Although his appearance was 80% similar to number 2's, the 2's temperament was not the same. Number 2 was calm and straightforward, but this youth was like a smooth and insightful sword. Although his appearance did not reveal anything, there was a faint elegant and noble air about him. It seemed that his background was not ordinary. Ning Xuema's gaze fell on the treasured sword at his waist. The old scabbard did not have anything special about it. Even the treasured sword of a random warrior on the street looked much more expensive than this one. Number 2's nickname was Stone, a very common name. And this youth was called Shiju, a rather elegant and imposing name. Could it be that they were not related by blood? How did you find this place? Ning Xuema bluntly asked. As long as I have the heart, it is not difficult to find you. Shiju's voice was very calm. The youth was 14 or 15 years old and his voice was in the stage of puberty. It was slightly hoarse and not very clear. Why are you looking for me? Ning Xuema raised her eyebrows. The youth was silent for a moment before replying with 2 words, to repay a debt of gratitude. I already said at that time that saving you was just a matter of convenience. There is no need for you to repay me. Whether you need it or not is your business. If I want to repay you, that is my business. I don't like to owe people favors. The youth replied straightforwardly. Ning Xuema looked at him again. Since you found me, you should have heard about me. I am a jinx and will jinx the people around me. Aren't you afraid of being jinxed by me? There is no such thing as fortune-telling. Moreover, if it were not for you, I would have died long ago. What jinx would I be afraid of? Well, it was rare to meet someone who was not afraid of her. Can you tell me about your family background? My Marquis Jingyuan's mansion does not accept people of unknown origins. Ning Xuema was still somewhat curious about his identity. The young man was silent for a moment before he said, "Forgive me for being unable to speak of my family background. However, I can guarantee that my family background is absolutely clean and I will not harm you in any way." Alright, since it was something that was hard to say, she wouldn't pursue the matter any further. She didn't really care if this young man had ulterior motives for staying by her side. After all, there were many people around her who had ulterior motives for her, so it didn't matter if he was one more. What's more, this young man's eyes were calm and pure. He didn't look like a cunning person. On this point, Ning Xuema believed that she had some ability to judge people. It was not easy to make a mistake. From today onwards, you will be my personal bodyguard. You will be wherever I am. Ning Xuema decided to keep him by her side for observation. All right. The young man responded. He didn't say anything else as he turned around and left. The corners of Ning Xuema's lips slightly rose. This young man shouldn't be a person who was under someone else. He definitely wasn't a servant. Otherwise, he would have answered yes and not all right. What kind of identity would he have? She yawned. Forget it, who cares what his identity is? As long as he doesn't hinder her from scheming against him. Chapter 349. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, Ning Xuema lived quite comfortably. In order to win her over, Luhinti specially let her inherit the title of Marquis Jingyuan. This was the first time a woman was conferred the title of Marquis in Chongkong country. Naturally, it caused a lot of discussion among the people. If this was in the modern era, it would be the same as her being on the entertainment headlines, becoming the topic of conversation after meals. More and more people wandered around her residence, wanting to see this legendary figure. These days, Marquis Jingyuan's residence was very peaceful. Those imperial bodyguards, palace maids, cooks, each and every one of them was living a healthy life, without any signs of being a jinx. In the beginning, every time Ning Xuema went out, the people who were afraid of being tainted by her bad luck would avoid her. It was even more effective than the officials sounding the gong to clear the way. But later on, when people saw that the people in Marquis Jingyuan's residence did not have any abnormalities, and even the senile chief steward became more energetic as he lived, they felt that Ning Xuema's heavenly jinx ability to jinx people was not that high, and was not that scary. Gradually, they stopped avoiding her. Half a month later, Ji Yunhuang's injuries were already half healed, and he could finally get out of bed and walk. Ignoring the eunuchs and imperial bodyguards who tried to stop him, he sat in a sedan chair and personally went to Marquis Jingyuan's residence to express his thanks and congratulate Ning Xuema on being conferred the title of Marquis. In order to receive this crown prince, Marquis Jingyuan's residence naturally became lively again. Ning Xuema had just come out of the training room when she heard that Ji Yunhuang had come to visit, so she immediately went out to meet him. "Your Highness, it is not suitable for you to walk around right now," Ning Xuema said as soon as she saw Ji Yunhuang, while sizing up his complexion. She could not help but say that the imperial family took good care of him. In just half a month, Ji Yunhuang no longer needed anyone to support him. Other than his complexion being a little pale and his body being a little thin, there was not much of a sickly appearance. Standing there, he was elegant and handsome, with a noble and elegant bearing. That faint sickly appearance added a sense of beauty to him. His complexion looked good. It seemed that his injuries had healed much faster than she had imagined. "Xuema, you never came to see me, so I came to see you." Ji Yunhuang looked at her with a smile, and there seemed to be waves of light surging in his eyes. Ning Xuema coughed. "Your Highness, you know that I'm a jinx. Your Highness is still sick. I don't want to jinx you, life and death are decreed by fate, I don't care about this." Ji Yunhuang sighed as he stared at her. "If it weren't for you, I would have died half a month ago." His gaze was like water, faintly flowing with affection. Ning Xuema felt her hair stand on end from his gaze. She smiled. "Your Highness naturally won't mind, but I'm afraid that other people will." After chatting with Ji Yunhuang for a while, she began to chase him away. "That's enough. Your Highness's current condition is not suitable for you to run around and work so hard. It's better for you to return and recuperate. Lei Lu, help His Highness the Crown Prince back." Without any explanation, he sent Ji Yunhuang away. The news of His Highness the Crown Prince personally coming to express his gratitude spread like wildfire in the capital. As a result, people felt even more strongly that Ning Xuema's ability as a jinx was actually quite lacking. From the start, she wasn't that scary. Ning Xuema discovered that among the idle people strolling around her residence, there were a few young men who were trying to flirt with her. These people undoubtedly wanted to have a romantic encounter here, to have a chance encounter with a beautiful woman. However, every time Ning Xuema went out, there would be an expert by her side to protect her. Those people simply could not get close to her. Chapter 350. For example, right now, Ning Xuema was choosing a bracelet in a jewelry store. She took a fancy to a dark green bracelet and was about to take out her silver to pay for it. A hand reached out from the side and a flirtatious voice said, "Shopkeeper, this is the banknote. I'll buy this bracelet for this lady." Ning Xuema turned her head and saw a rather sturdy young man dressed in a flirtatious manner. He was waving a fan and looking at her with a smile. Ning Xuema tilted her head and asked, "Why are you paying for me? Beautiful jade is just right for a beauty. This bracelet is perfect for a lady." That man was dazzled by Ning Xuema's beautiful face and saw her innocent look. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He couldn't help but want to touch her. He held the bracelet in one hand and pulled Ning Xuema's hand with the other. Come, let me put it on for you." Before his wolf claws could touch the beauty's soft body, his body was lifted up. Before he could scream, his butt was kicked and he flew out of the store. With a bang, he fell flat on his face. He was dizzy and was about to get up when a foot stepped on his stomach. A handsome young man in green coldly looked at him and said, "She's not someone you can provoke. If you know what's good for you, get lost." That sturdy young man left dejectedly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The other men who wanted to strike up a conversation with Ning Xuema couldn't help but shrink their necks. They retreated and didn't dare to show their faces again. Ning Xuema walked out and glanced at the crowd who didn't dare to come closer. She shook her head lightly and said half-jokingly, "Shijue, you've chased away all my suitors. You know, it's not easy for a lone star to meet a suitor." Shijue was expressionless and only said, "They're not worthy of you." Ning Xuema sighed. "I'm afraid I won't be able to get married if I have such a fierce man by my side." She was just casually saying it. After she finished speaking, she took 2 steps forward but did not see Shiju following her. She curiously turned her head and saw him standing there, looking at her with his lips slightly pursed. What happened? You won't be unable to get married. Shijue's voice was light but powerful. He added, I can marry you. Ning Xuema staggered and laughed. That's good. If I can't get married in the future, I'll marry you. He casually made a joke and turned around to walk forward. Shijue stood on the long street and looked at her back with a complicated gaze. He actually blurted out those words, but a strange feeling rose in his heart after he said it. While he was distracted, Ning Xuema had already walked far away. He was about to rush over when he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look at a pavilion on the side of the street. A young man stood in the pavilion. His hair was as black as ink and he was wearing a wide robe with large sleeves. There was a painting of mountains and rivers on his sky-blue robe. As the breeze blew, there seemed to be clouds and mist flowing between the mountains and rivers. The strange thing was that the other party didn't wear a mask, but he couldn't see his face clearly. He only felt that the person was very handsome and his body seemed to be shrouded in clouds and mist. He didn't seem like a person of this world. In front of that person was a chessboard with chess pieces scattered all over it. It seemed like he was playing chess with someone. However, he couldn't see who was opposite him. It seemed like he was playing chess with himself. That person lightly glanced at him. Shiju suddenly quivered and shivered. This person's gaze was so cold. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was like 1,000 years of ice and snow. He was almost frozen on the spot. Chapter 351. Shijue, why are you in a daze? Keep up. Ning Xuema saw that he didn't catch up and couldn't help but call out to him. Shijue seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly caught up. He was one step behind Ning Xuema. What were you looking at just now? Why are you in a daze? Ning Xuema was puzzled. Shiju usually had the appearance of a mature young man. It was rare to see him lose himself in thought. I was looking at that person. He's a little strange. Shijue replied and couldn't help but look in that direction again. Strange person? Ning Xuema followed his gaze but didn't see anything. What strange person? Why don't I see him? She turned her head and found that Shijue was looking in that direction with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He's gone. The quaint pavilion and the picturesque young man had disappeared without a trace in an instant. There was only one clothing store in that direction and there were many people bustling in front of it. Could it be that he was seeing things? Shijue couldn't help but rub his eyes and look in that direction again. He still didn't see that person. He was bewildered. It was broad daylight. Could it be that he saw a ghost? Or was it a mirage? What did you see? Ning Xuema was curious. There weren't many things that could make Shijue lose his composure. Shijue said 2 words and stopped. Recently, he had been practicing martial arts a little diligently. Maybe he was seeing things. He didn't want to say it and make Ning Xuema worry. Nothing. I'm probably a little nervous and my eyes are playing tricks on me. Ning Xuema looked at him suspiciously and didn't ask any more questions. This child's mouth was very tight. If he didn't want to say something, even if you used a hammer, you wouldn't be able to pry it open. Besides, she wasn't interested in strange people. Since she came to this world, she had met enough strange people and was already used to it. Okay, let's go. Ning Xuema looked up at the sky. It was almost noon. Little Apple, what do you want to eat today? She asked the little blue cat on her shoulder. The little blue cat's eyes immediately widened in excitement. Let's go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant's roast duck today. The food at the Drunken Immortal restaurant was indeed very good. Ning Xuema nodded and headed towards the restaurant. The blue sea and the rolling white clouds. There was a lush island in the middle of the sea. Faint clouds and mist gathered and dispersed around the island, making the island appear and disappear from time to time. It was like the legendary Fangzhong Tai. Strange flowers and trees were everywhere on the island. In the shade of the green trees, there were several places with overhanging eaves and arches. Obviously, there were people living there. There was a small pavilion at the highest point of the immortal island. The gazebo was agarwood colored, ancient and full of ancient charm. There were 3 people sitting in the pagoda. 2 people played Go while the other watched from the side. Of the 2 people playing Go, the person on the left had black hair that was like satin. It was scattered behind him, almost reaching the ground. He was wearing a sky blue robe with a faint painting of mountains and rivers on it. His appearance was very clear and he was holding a white Go piece in his right hand. There was also a man sitting opposite him. He was dressed in a wide moon-colored robe. His eyes were charming and his appearance was stunning. His right hand was lazily waving a fan with a beautiful woman drawn on it. He looked very charming and unrestrained. The person watching from the side was a beautiful woman. She was dressed in a snow-white veil and had long hair like seaweed. There was a soft flower branch casually tied up on her head. There were little yellow flowers on the flower branch that were about to bloom. Her pair of watery eyes seemed to ripple like a lake when they turned. She was also holding a round fan in her hand. She was sitting on the side and watching the game with a smile on her face. Chapter 352. Clouds swirled around their feet, making the 3 of them look like they were in a painting. Bang! A black piece fell and blocked a large number of white pieces. The man with the fan smiled proudly and said, "Dizwa, thank you for letting me win. I'm going to win this round." The man opposite him seemed to have been distracted, but this voice pulled him back to reality. He glanced at the chessboard and saw that the black pieces were strong while the white pieces were weak. The situation was indeed unfavorable for him. "Dizwa, you seem to be absent-minded just now. What were you thinking about?" The fan brother knocked on the chessboard with his fan with a gossipy expression. "What do you think?" The man called Dizwa calmly continued to think about his next move and casually placed another piece. "I saw that you used a microscopic technique to look at a place of mortals. What did you see?" The fan brother was clearly very observant. He also placed a piece. Since victory was already in his hands, he played more casually. The woman watching from the side also looked at Dizwa with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Yes, Dizwa. The place you opened looked like the capital of the vast Sky Empire. Didn't you just come back from there? Could it be that there is something strange in that empire?" She also took a look. Aside from the buildings, she only saw a young man in green. "Take a guess?" Dizwa clearly didn't want to say more. "You weren't looking at a little girl, right? Did Dizwa's peach blossom? The fan brother closed his fan. "Brother Romeu, don't make wild guesses. There was no woman in that place of mortals, but there was a young man." The woman retorted. The man called Brother Romeu sized up the calm Dizwa and revealed a surprised expression. "Are you kidding me? Dizwa actually took a fancy to a young man? Cut sleeve." Bang! The white piece fell, and Dizwa's indifferent voice rang out. "Even if you are cut sleeve, I am not cut sleeve. You lose." Brother Romeu lowered his head and saw that the situation on the chessboard had taken a sharp turn. He had lost his territory and was unable to reverse the situation. Brother Romeu was speechless. His heart ached as he watched the Emperor's throne leisurely pick up the jasper gourd and take away another one of his treasured immortal pills. "Hey, this round doesn't count. You cheated and deliberately kept me in suspense to attract my attention. It doesn't count. Return the immortal pill to me first." Brother Romeu extended his hand towards Dizwa. Dizwa simply ignored him and tapped the chessboard with his finger. "Still want to play?" "Your Majesty." "Of course." Brother Romeu said, "I have to win the elixir back." The corner of Dizwa's mouth twitched, but he didn't comment. The 2 continued to play chess. Halfway down, Dizwa absent-mindedly asked, "Tianlan, how many wind fruits do you have left?" "What are you doing?" Tianlan cast a sidelong glance at him. "You've used up more than half of the Tianfeng fruits that I've accumulated for 100 years. Now that Dizwa's power has recovered, you don't need to worry about my fruits anymore, right?" Dizwa gently tapped the chessboard and said, "The heavenly wind fruit will spoil if left out for too long." "So Dizwa came here to waste so many of my fruits for my own good? You're afraid that I won't be able to finish them and will waste them?" Rongyue Tianlan gritted his teeth. "Tianlan, your IQ has increased a lot." Dizwa praised him. The girl next to him looked at Rongyue Tianlan's dark face and laughed. "Dizwa is right. Tianlan, the three of us have always been on the same page. Since your fruits are good medicine for Dizwa's recovery, there's no harm in contributing a few. In any case, you won't be able to finish them." Chapter 353. Rongyue Tianlan glanced at the girl and said, "I knew you were biased toward him. Actually, a few fruits are nothing. I am just curious as to why Dizwa suddenly became so weak. What happened to you in Vast Sky Nation? This is the first time this has happened, so I am very curious. Anyway, Dizwa, since I've contributed so many fruits, can you help me clear up my doubts? I have been bored for almost a month now." The girl's bright eyes also fell on Dizwa's face. She clearly wanted to know. Dizwa didn't raise his head. He continued to look at the chessboard and asked indifferently, "Do you really want to know?" The other two nodded. Their appetites had been whetted. "I am not telling you." Dizwa's words extinguished their little flame of gossip. Bang! Dizwa placed a white chess piece and decided the game. "Rongyue Tianlan, you have lost again." Rongyue Tianlan was speechless. His attention was diverted again. This two-faced Dizwa took advantage of his weakness again. He had been tricked. Therefore, he could only watch as the last spirit pill in his jade gourd was taken away by Dizwa. Rongyue Tianlan closed his fan and said, "Come, let's play another game." This time, no matter what Dizwa said, he wouldn't be distracted. Dizwa waved his sleeve and the chessboard disappeared. He lazily stood up and said, "You lose 9 out of 10 games. You should practice your chess skills again." Rongyue Tianlan was speechless. "Dizwa, can you be more two-faced? Aren't the children's chess skills pretty good? It's just that you are frequently cheating today. I have stayed here for so long. It is time for me to leave." Dizwa slowly walked down from the pavilion. Winning all his treasures and then leaving just like that. This really made him feel uncomfortable. "Dizwa, out of consideration for the loss of so many spirit pills, can you tell me what you were looking at earlier?" Rongyue Tianlan's gossipy cells hadn't been extinguished. Dizwa turned around and glanced at him. "For the first time," he explained, "I found a talent." Wow, there was almost no one who could be called a talent by this arrogant Dizwa. It could be said to be a miracle. Rongyue Tianlan's eyes lit up. "Talent? What kind of talent?" "Dizwa, is that the green-clothed youth from before?" the young girl also asked. Dizwa didn't answer and only said, "He can be considered an all-rounder." What a pity. He seemed to have thought of something, and a faint light flickered in his eyes. To be called an all-rounder by Dizwa, how shocking was he? Rongyu Ishinlan couldn't help but ask, "What's a pity?" Dizwa didn't say anything else and only said, "You can guess for yourself." "Dizwa, can you be any more shameless?" Rongyu Ishinlan was defeated by Dizwa. How could she leave him hanging like this? "You just found out?" Dizwa leisurely replied. He walked under a fruit tree and waved his sleeve, causing the last fruit on the tree to fall into his sleeve. He then added, "I can be even more shameless." Rongyu Ishinlan, Dizwa's figure gradually disappeared into the boundless sea of clouds. Rongyu Ishinlan couldn't help but shake his head. He turned around and saw the young girl standing in the same place, looking in the direction where Dizwa disappeared. She seemed to be in a trance. He gently tapped her shoulder with his folding fan. "Don't look. He has already left." Adding more to the monthly ticket. Chapter 354. A hint of sadness flashed across the girl's pretty face. She finally retracted her gaze and sighed softly. Rongyu Ishinlan glanced at her and couldn't help but shake her head. "Yinshi, since you like him, why don't you pursue him? The girl's pretty face turned red. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. Rongyu Ishinlun waved her fan and chuckled. You're not. Yinshi, you can't hide your thoughts from me. Every time he comes, you'll come. When he leaves, you'll leave soon, right? The blush on Yinshi's face deepened. She bit her cherry lips and glared at Rongyu Tianlan. It seems that you have misunderstood. Didn't I come here once when he didn't come? Yes. Rongyu Ishinlun's voice dragged out with a hint of teasing. You did come once. We've known each other for 1,000 years and met up hundreds of times. You came to me alone once. Yinshi was speechless. Rongyu Ishinlun waved her fan in front of her. Yinshi, although the three of us have different statuses, we've always been friends. Since we're friends, you don't have to hide it from me. Yinshi lowered her head slightly and sighed softly. All right, you're right. It's really difficult to hide from the eyes of a 1,000-year-old love saint like you. Tell me, what should I do? If you can see my thoughts, he should know better, right? However, he hasn't reacted at all. There was finally a hint of bitterness in her voice. Rongyu Ishinlun gently stroked her fan with her fingers. Dizwa has no feelings for women. It's hard to imagine what it's like for him to truly like a woman. Yes, he's like an iceberg, the uncivilized kind. Yinshi pursed her lips. Actually, I really want to see what it's like for him to fall in love. Rongyu Ishinlun laughed. She then patted Yinshi's shoulder. You can do it. You're the only woman close to him now. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first, do you understand? After all, there's no one else in his heart now. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something and tapped his fan against his palm. Speaking of which, there aren't many people who can be praised as talents by him. He seems to be absent-minded these 2 days. Could it be that he's really moved by someone? Yinshi's expression changed. No. Just now, I saw that the Buddha mirror that he opened was mainly a young man. Are you sure it's a young man and not a woman dressed as a man? No. Although that young man is handsome, he is obviously a boy. Oh. Rongyu gently fanned himself. That's good. Hopefully. Dizwa isn't a homosexual, Yinshi, a quiet room Ning Shuama was meditating and cultivating. After nearly a month of cultivation, the psychokinesis in her body had reached a higher level. Once her psychokinesis reached a certain level, she would be able to look inside her body while cultivating. When her psychokinesis reached the 4th level of the human step, she would be able to see the spiritual root in her dantian in her mind, because Ning Shuama's dantian was like a bottomless pit and had the strange ability to absorb psychokinesis. She had experimented with storing her psychokinesis in other acupuncture points after much difficulty. Now, when she was meditating, she was finally able to see the spiritual root that she had cultivated through her inner vision. In a vast expanse of whiteness, 2 small sections of the spiritual root were faintly discernible. One was red and the other was green. The red section was only the size of a fingernail and its color was faint, like a small cluster of flames that could be extinguished at any time. The green section was slightly bigger. It was as thick and as tall as a pinky finger and dark green in color. It was very pleasing to look at. Chapter 355. She actually had wood and fire dual spiritual roots. Ning Shuama was overjoyed. She already knew a lot about psychokinesis in this world and knew that there were very few people who had wood and fire dual spiritual roots at the same time. When this kind of person cultivated their psychokinesis to a certain level, they wouldn't even need a pill furnace to refine medicine. They could just use their hands. There were very few doctors in this continent, and those who had wood and fire dual spiritual roots were even rarer. They were the targets of all the sects, powers, and countries. She really wasn't a waste. It was just that her dantian was a little strange. Speaking of which, what was in her dantian? How could it have the ability to devour psychokinesis? Ning Shuama's heart was filled with curiosity and she tried to use her inner vision to observe that place. As expected, she saw a patch of darkness. That place was like a huge black hole and she couldn't see clearly. She urged her psychokinesis to move forward a little. Suddenly, her dantian shook and the small wave of psychokinesis that she urged was sucked into that black hole. Ning Xuema was caught off guard. Her vision turned black and her divine sense turned dark. Her entire body seemed to have been sucked into a dark fog and she couldn't distinguish north from south. Her heart was shocked and she subconsciously wanted to run out. However, the suction force was too strong. Her divine sense was too weak and she couldn't break free at all. While the sky and earth were spinning, she sank deeper and deeper into the black fog but she couldn't see any way out. Damn, she wouldn't enter the legendary Qi deviation, right? To be eaten by her own dantian, that was too strange. Ning Xuema simply stopped struggling and let that force take her into the depths of the black abyss. She couldn't perceive the passage of time in her mind and Ning Xuema didn't know how long she had been in that black abyss. The black fog in front of her gradually thinned out. Her divine sense could finally see a little bit of things. She also saw something. No, it wasn't something. It should be a person. A small person, the size of a fetus that hadn't fully formed yet, was lying in an even thicker black fog, swaying slightly. Ning Xuema was speechless when she saw the small fetus. Ever since she had transmigrated, she seemed to have an affinity with children. There were many children by the ancestor's side. Kiran was a child, and she seemed to know another child. Who was he? She still couldn't remember. He stopped thinking about it and just stood there looking at the small fetus. Looking at the half-curled body lying there, she couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, nor could she make out his facial features. Was there anything more frightening than finding a small fetus in his dantian? Fuck. She couldn't have gotten pregnant before marriage, right? Ning Xuema shuddered silently. Weren't children conceived in the womb? This was the first time she had seen it in her dantian. He was simply a weirdo who could not be any weirder. What was even worse was that she herself was the weirdo. Since she had seen it, she might as well take a good look and see what was going on with the fetus. Spiritual consciousness could do whatever it wanted. Just as she thought of it, she felt that she had already walked in front of the fetus. This fetus looked like a 3-month-old human fetus and was much smaller than a suckling mouse. It was very small and there was a light black protective membrane around it, and this protective membrane was in the inky black fog. Ning Xuema subconsciously stretched out her hand to touch the fetus. But she suddenly withdrew her hand. Chapter 356. So hot. The temperature was at least 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. How could a fetus be so hot in its mother's body? While she was still in a daze, she suddenly saw a small opening on the fetus's face that looked like a mouth. It seemed to be smiling. Ning Xuema shivered. Just as she was about to retreat, she suddenly felt her body go numb. She staggered and her body fell towards the fetus. She felt that her palm had touched the fetus's body and was pressing on the fetus's open mouth. Then, she could only watch as her hand was completely sucked into the little mouth, followed by her forearm. The small mouth was burning hot, as if it was going to melt her consciousness. Ning Xuema was shocked. She tried to struggle free with all her might, but she couldn't. In a moment of desperation, her body suddenly lit up. That little mouth that could swallow people suddenly trembled, and it hurriedly spat out her arm. Ning Xuema took the opportunity to step back. She felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. What the fuck is this monster? 2 slits slowly appeared on the small monster's face where its eyes should be. Ning Xuema clenched her fists tightly. She could feel a pair of sharp and cold eyes sweeping towards her through the slits. It seemed to be sizing her up. You are. A cold voice suddenly sounded in Ning Xuema's consciousness. She could not tell the gender of the voice, but she could feel that the owner of the voice was powerful and ruthless. Who are you? Ning Xuema blurted out. Me? Huh, you'll know sooner or later. The voice laughed with a touch of eeriness. Now, you can go out. Following the last sentence of the voice, Ning Xuema's vision suddenly turned black. Her consciousness floated out of the dark abyss, Ping ping pang. The sound of metal clashing against metal woke Ning Shuama from her stupor. She opened her eyes with sweat dripping down. She realized that she was still in the quiet room where she practiced martial arts. The sound of fighting outside could not be ignored. I don't mean any harm. I just want to see Miss Ning. A person's voice entered Ning Shuama's ears. She's not someone you can meet just because you want to. Another cold voice sounded. It was Shi Ju's voice. He was now Ning Shuama's personal bodyguard. Every time Ning Shuama cultivated in the quiet room, he would protect her in the dark, ensuring that she would not be disturbed by anyone. Ning Shuama wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and sighed. Shijua, let him in. I recognize him. The sounds of fighting finally stopped. A moment later, a man in black pushed open the door and entered. He cupped his hands towards Ning Shuama and said, Miss Ning. Shiju came in almost at the same time as him and stood in front of Ning Shuama without batting an eyelid. He coldly said to that person, she is now Marquis Jinyuan. You can call her Marquis. That person paused. As expected, he bowed towards Ning Shuama and said, Marquis Ning. Ning Shuama said, Number 1, there's no need to be so courteous. What business do you have with me? That man in black was the 6th Prince Ji Yunhao's bodyguard number 1. He was also very straightforward. This one took the liberty of coming here to inquire about a person from Marquis Ning. Ning Shuama did not bat an eyelid. Who? Marquis Ning has seen that person before. Number 2. He was ordered by His Highness to protect Marquis Ning when Marquis Ning went into the mountains. Now that Marquis Ning has returned, he has not returned. This one has been searching for him for several days, but there is no trace of him. Does Marquis Ning know where he is now? Ning Shuama lowered her eyes. She did not want to hide it from him. He's dead. He was captured by the golden-eyed eagle and brought to the 9th peak. Chapter 357. Number 1's expression changed slightly. He had long suspected that Number 2 had met with misfortune, but he still held on to a sliver of hope. Now that he had received confirmation from Ning Shuama, his eyes darkened. Golden-eyed eagle? Why would the golden-eyed eagle capture him? Did you go to the 9th peak? You don't need to ask. Ning Shuama didn't want to tell him about her fortuitous encounter. When she thought of Number 2, her voice became gloomy. He's dead, it's true. I couldn't save him. Number 1's body swayed slightly, then he straightened up like a javelin. He cupped his hands towards Ning Shuama. Thank you for telling me, Marquis Ning. This matter. I'll investigate it further. I also hope that Marquis Ning won't tell the 6th prince that I came to disturb you. He turned to leave. So he came without telling Ji Yunhao. It seemed that his relationship with Number 2 wasn't shallow. You're Number 2's friend? Ning Shuama asked. He's my brother. Number 1 replied. His gaze suddenly fell on Shiju, who was standing at the side. Marquis Ning, can you tell me who he is? Who I am has nothing to do with you. Shiju replied coldly. Number 1's eyes darkened and he looked at him again. You actually look like my brother. It's just that, he's not as young as you. Shiju's voice was even colder. There are many people who look alike in this world. I've said it before, I have nothing to do with your brother. Whether or not you have anything to do with him, I'll investigate it myself. Number 1 threw down this sentence, then turned and flew away. It turned out that even though Number 2 didn't have any family, he had brothers who had been through life and death, just like her and her brothers back then. Ning Shuama felt somewhat gratified. Every time she cultivated, she would sweat profusely, so she had to take a bath after she finished cultivating. Shiju, you can go and rest. Ning Shuama got up and walked out. You saved me back then because I looked like Number 2. Shiju's voice sounded behind her, slightly cold. That's part of the reason, Ning Shuama replied. She had tried her best to save him that day because of his face. If he didn't look like Number 2, would she make a move? He should be making a move as well, right? It was just that she wouldn't put in so much effort to gather the heavenly ice grass for him. I'm not him. Shiju paused for a moment, his voice even colder. I know, that's why I'm using your face. Ning Shuama was half serious and half joking. You should be glad that you have such a face. It saved your life. At this moment, Ning Shuama had already walked to the door. Do you like him a lot? Shiju's voice was emotionless. I do. He's like a brother in my heart, the kind that goes through life and death together. Ning Shuama stretched herself. You're using me as his substitute? Shiju's voice sounded even worse. Ning Shuama finally looked back at him. You think too much. It didn't matter if he was a substitute or not. You are you, and he is he. You can't replace him. In this world, no one could replace anyone. However, in Shiju's ears, Ning Shuama's words seemed to have another layer of meaning. His fingers slowly clenched by his side. You're saying that I'm not as good as him? What kind of blind spot was this awkward child thinking today? Ning Shuama was too lazy to argue with him, so she waved her hand. Shiju, you're probably too tired and thinking too much. All right, you can go down. I still have to take a bath, and I still have to go to that damned garden party tomorrow. You still have to stay by my side. You have to be more energetic to give me face. Chapter 358. Get someone else to accompany you. It's best if it's that number 2. Shiju said before he turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ning Shuama was speechless. Did he take the wrong medicine? Or was it because he was still in the rebellious phase of his youth? He was indeed a child with an unbalanced temper. Ning Shuama felt that Luhin Ti must be crazy. He finally kept his promise not to give her any random marriage, but he started to frequently matchmake for her. After he conferred her the title of Marquis, although he did not let her attend court meetings, he often ordered her to participate in some activities of the children of officials. For example, Kuju competitions, horse racing competitions, martial arts competitions. Ning Shuama was, after all, a transmigrator, so she was quite curious about some of the ancient activities, so she also participated in a few of them with great interest. Thus, she got to know many children of officials. These children of officials were handsome, cultured, valiant, and strong. There were all kinds of styles, and they were like male peacocks spreading their feathers in front of her. However, every time these people saw her, their expressions were a little strange, as if they had seen a scourge, and they all avoided her. During Kuju and horse racing, they were all timid and did not have the hot-blooded vigor of young people. It was as if they did not want to win and only wanted to be inconspicuous, as if they wanted to be invisible. If Ning Shuama took a few more glances at someone, that person's face would turn pale, as if he was about to die. They were afraid that Ning Shuama, the jinx, would take a fancy to them. Ning Shuama participated once and understood what the old emperor wanted to do. He could not bear to part with his son, but he did not want to let go of a talent like her, so he forced these children of officials to hang around her. Whoever she liked would be forced to marry by the old emperor. After understanding Luhin Ti's thoughts, Ning Shuama only felt that it was funny. Her mischievous nature came up, so when she participated in such activities, she would look at whoever was the most afraid of her until they trembled like a weak chicken. She then retracted her gaze reluctantly. Life was boring, and it wasn't bad to find such fun. Every time after attending an event, Luhin Ti would always call her to his side and lovingly ask her which young master she had a good impression of. On the other hand, Ning Shuama always had an enigmatic smile on her face. She didn't show her emotions, nor did she say who was good. Whenever Luhin Ti questioned her closely, she would sigh softly. These children are not bad, but they are not as good as the crown prince. Her words made Luhin Ti completely speechless. He didn't dare to answer her and could only smile kindly and let her return to the fu. After Ning Shuama had participated in such activities 4 or 5 times, Luhin Ti finally understood that such activities were useless. This little girl seemed to like handsome men. Then it occurred to him to organize a literary society, a garden party. He ordered all unmarried children of 7th ranked and above officials to attend. Those who were already married could also attend. If Ning Xuema was the only one in a group of young men, it wouldn't be appropriate. Thus, the young ladies of the officials were also ordered to attend. When the time came, Luhin Ti would also be there to liven things up. Ning Xuema pondered. How was this a garden party? It was clearly a blind date. In order to keep her, the old emperor was willing to spend a lot of money. He even pretended to be the old man under the moon and acted as a matchmaker. Ning Xuema had been living a comfortable life recently. Every day, apart from practicing martial arts and refining medicine, she would also go shopping. She was also quite bored, so it was good to be able to attend such a banquet and see the excitement of those people. Chapter 359. Therefore, she didn't refuse and always gladly went when she received the old emperor's imperial edict. When the sun set, Ning Xuema dressed herself up beautifully and sat in the sedan chair that was specially prepared for Marquis Jinyuan. Before she left, she glanced into the residence. Shi Jue, who had always been by her side, didn't appear until now. Did she drive him away in anger? Because she hadn't seen him for a day, she had asked old Zhong. Old Zhong told her that Shi Jue had left the residence since last night and hadn't returned. Shi Jue's whereabouts had always been mysterious. Even if he stayed in the residence, he often disappeared without a trace. However, whenever Ning Xuema went out or met with any danger, he would definitely appear like a door god. Today was the first time this had happened. Did he really leave? Ning Xuema shook her head and got into the sedan chair. She had indeed told Shi Jue that he could leave at any time and that she wouldn't restrict his freedom. However, wasn't it too disloyal to leave without even saying goodbye? He was still a child. Kiran, on the other hand, was not separated from her at all times and was lying beside her at this moment. Its heart had long been hooked by the delicious food that might appear at the banquet. At this moment it was chattering non-stop with Ning Xuema about what it wanted to eat. The sedan chair quickly arrived at Qin Fong Garden, which was the place where the emperor held the garden party. Qin Fong Garden was also a royal garden and its nature was similar to the summer palace of the Qing dynasty. It was independent of the palace and was the place where the royal family held elegant literature and poetry gatherings. When Ning Xuema arrived, there was already a row of carriages and sedan chairs parked at the entrance of the garden. Ning Xuema got down from the sedan chair and the head eunuch at the entrance welcomed her in. It was indeed a royal garden. Every plant, tree, pavilion, and pavilion inside was ingenious and imposing. Ning Xuema arrived relatively late. Along the way, she met many young masters and young ladies from noble families. She knew some of them and some of them she didn't. The gatherings she had attended this month weren't in vain. She met some familiar faces. Whenever she met someone she knew, she would nod with a smile. Her etiquette was rather thorough. However, the other party was rather cautious when he saw her. He stood about 10 steps away from her and greeted her with an apologetic smile, looking like he would run away at any moment. Ning Xuema was already used to seeing them like this, so she didn't care. Leisurely and carefree, he strolled inside. Since she had already been conferred the title of Marquis, the emperor naturally assigned her 8 palace maids to be her maids. This time, she only brought 2 of them with her so that she could at least keep up appearances. However, she felt that they were a burden to her, so she let them play by themselves. She felt more at ease wandering around on her own. Since it was a garden, there were naturally many flowers and plants. All kinds of flowers and plants either slanted out or swayed in the flower beds. Ning Xuema enjoyed the scenery on both sides as she walked. She was very interested in strolling around the garden. Kiran, on the other hand, was a little unhappy. It had sharp ears. Wherever Ning Xuema passed by, there would always be some gossip behind her. She's the newly conferred Marquis Jinyuan. She's pretty. So what if she's pretty? She's a jinx who brings misfortune to her husband. Whoever marries her will die quickly. Recently, the emperor seems to be looking for a husband for her. I heard that as long as she likes him, the emperor will bestow a marriage. That's right. That's why my father quickly arranged a marriage for me. Kiran didn't know how many similar words it had heard. It crouched on Ning Xuema's shoulder and was very angry. It wanted to give those gossipers a claw. Chapter 360. They didn't know what was good for them and avoided its master like the plague. Its little master looked down on them. Master, when Kirin grows up in the future, I will marry you as the Kirin queen and let these stupid humans go to hell. Little Apple was indignant. Ning Xuema was sniffing a flower with her head lowered. When she heard its words, she laughed and patted its head. Let's talk about it when you grow up. Queen. Was the one who was chased out of the Kirin Holy Land the Kirin prince? This Kirin grew for 2,000 years and only grew to the size of a 7 or 8-year-old boy. When it became an adult, she would have reincarnated many times. Because it was autumn, the most blooming flowers in the garden were yellow, red, white, purple, and even green. There was a patch in the east and a cluster in the west, competing with each other in beauty and fragrance. Because the modern chrysanthemum had a special meaning, it led to fewer and fewer chrysanthemums being planted. Although Ning Xuema had seen a lot of chrysanthemums, it was the first time that she had seen such a complete variety of them. She was admiring along the way when a person suddenly rushed out from the small path and almost bumped into her. Ning Xuema nimbly retreated. That person staggered and stood still. He bowed to her. I'm sorry, I was reckless. It was a young man, about 16 or 17 years old. He looked refined and handsome, elegant and graceful. He was wearing a good quality sky blue scholar's robe. It was obvious that he was a noble young master. It was the first time that he had met Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema shook her head. It's okay. She turned around and was about to leave. Thank you for your generosity, Mississippi. I was reckless. I don't know which family you are from. Can you give me the honor of traveling with you? That teenager's clear eyes focused on Ning Xuema. There was a trace of amazement in them. It was rare to meet someone who wasn't afraid of her. Ning Xuema looked at him with interest and asked, Who is young master? My father is Imperial Tutor Lan. I haven't become an official yet. That teenager smiled. How is the Supreme Court official Lan Yufeng related to you? He is my elder brother. It turned out that the young miss had also heard of his brother's name. My name is Lan Lushao, and my courtesy name is Yayan. Miss, you can call me by my courtesy name. Ning Xuema nodded. Good name. She walked forward. Lan Lushao was stunned for a moment before he steeled his heart and followed her. May I know your name, miss? Lan Yufeng, such a strict official, actually had such a romantic and young younger brother. Just as Ning Xuema was about to say her name to scare him, a voice suddenly sounded not far away. Yayan, this young lady is now a popular figure. She is the newly conferred Marquis Jing Yuan, Miss Ning Xuema. The voice was crisp and clear. It was a young girl. Lan Lushao was stunned. He couldn't help but take a step back. Ning Xuema turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. There was a pavilion there, and there were 3 men and 4 women standing in the pavilion. They were all dressed rather extravagantly. It was a combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The person who spoke was a young girl with a long face. She had met Ning Xuema once before. She seemed to be a marquis daughter. As for the few people beside her, some of them looked familiar, while some of them were completely unfamiliar. At this moment, 7 pairs of eyes were looking in their direction. It was obvious that they wanted to watch a good show. Lan Liushao's handsome face was slightly red. After taking 2 steps back, he bowed to Ning Xuema in a panic. So it is Marquis Ning. I have been presumptuous just now. He escaped in a hurry and ran to the pavilion. Brother Huang, Brother Meng. He greeted those people one by one. Chapter 361. The long-faced commandery princess who had spoken earlier chuckled. Yayan, I thought you would be with Marquis Ning. Lan Lushao was a little embarrassed. You must be joking, commandery Princess Qingling. Marquis Ning is of noble status. Yayan is just a commoner. She is out of my league. I think you're not afraid of her. You're afraid of her, haha. Another young man joked. The 7 of them burst into laughter. They looked at Ning Xuema subtly. Obviously, they were laughing at her. Ning Xuema originally wanted to leave. However, she smiled and walked up to the pavilion. Brother Huang, Brother Meng. So you're here too. What a coincidence. The 3 men in the pavilion changed their expressions. Ning Xuema was standing at the entrance of the pavilion. They could not hide. They could only exchange greetings with Ning Xuema with pale faces. Ning Xuema's bright eyes were like flowing water. She glanced at them one by one. She seemed to find them pleasing to the eye, especially Brother Huang, who had joked with Nan Lu Shao. Brother Huang, I haven't forgotten you since we parted 2 days ago. Brother Huang's handsome face was pale. He took 2 steps back and forced a smile. Marquis Ning, you must be joking. Ning Xuema's small mouth slightly pursed. Her eyes became even more affectionate. I'm not joking. Ever since I met Brother Huang the day before yesterday, Brother Huang's every word and action kept flashing in my mind. She leaned towards him as she spoke. That Brother Huang was so flustered that he took 2 more steps back. Unprepared, he tripped on the steps under his feet and fell to the ground with a plop. His butt hurt from the fall. Marquis Ning. He was so scared that he could not speak clearly. He was so timid. Ning Xuema turned around and ignored him. Her gaze fell on Brother Meng's face. Brother Meng, you're handsome. You're a dragon among men. Brother Meng's face turned pale. He forced a smile and said, Marquis Ning, I don't deserve your praise. Of course. Xuema has never seen such a special and handsome person like Brother Meng. Ning Xuema's pair of beautiful eyes met Brother Meng's big and small eyes. Brother Meng, no matter how I look at you, you are different from others. Brother Meng, who had a pair of different-sized eyes, turned even paler. Little Ku, Brother Meng, you don't have to be so modest. In the future, Xuema will definitely put in a good word for you in front of His Majesty. Before she could finish her words, Brother Meng's handsome face had already turned green. He retreated several steps. I can't afford it. I have a bunch of problems. Marquis Ning doesn't know. What's wrong with you? Ning Xuema took 2 more steps forward and blinked her big eyes. I snore and grind my teeth in my sleep. My feet smell bad. Brother Meng listed several of his problems in one breath. After he finished, Ning Xuema didn't show any expression, but the other girls in the pavilion couldn't help but stay away from him. Ning Xuema looked at him and said in a gentle voice, snore and grind your teeth in your sleep is more manly. As for the smell of your feet, you can wash them often. It's not a big problem. Brother Meng was about to cry. He made up his mind and said, I also have a bad habit of farting. This time, not only the other girls retreated, but also the other young masters. Ning Xuema sighed softly. That's a pity. She finally let him go. Brother Meng and Brother Huang, who had just stood up, looked like they had just escaped from death. They looked at each other. Brother Meng wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He wanted to continue to seduce the Prime Minister's daughter who was interested in him just now. Chapter 362. Unexpectedly, when the lady saw him approaching, she immediately turned around and left. Everyone, please go ahead. I'll go out and take a look. Brother Meng did not give up and wanted to follow. Miss Lan, I'll accompany you. No need, young Master Meng, please go ahead. Miss Lan quickly walked away as if she was avoiding the plague. Brother Meng was speechless. His ailments are false. He wanted to defend himself, but when he turned around and saw Ning Xuema's smiling eyes, he swallowed his words back into his stomach. Ning Xuema's gaze turned back to Lan Lu Shao. She wanted to let him go for Lan Yufeng's sake, but his gloating expression just now made her unhappy. Yayan, you said you'd accompany me for a walk. I suddenly felt pain in my leg. Lan Lu Shao suddenly took a step back and sat on the stone bench in the pavilion. Pain in your leg? don't tell me you sprained it. Come, let me take a look. Ning Shuama also sat on the stone bench. Lan Lushao almost fell over on the stone bench. No need, no need. He looked up and suddenly saw something. He shouted, Your Highness. Ning Shuama was stunned. She followed Lan Liushao's gaze and her body suddenly stiffened. Ji Yunhuang was indeed standing not far from the pavilion. A month had passed and his injuries were almost healed. Other than his pale face, there was not much of a sickly look on his face. Seeing him, Ning Shuama didn't feel surprised. What made her surprised was that there were two people standing next to the crown prince. One was Lan Yufeng, and the other was the person Ning Shuama did not want to see again even if she was beaten to death, Han Shanyue. The three of them were the real giants among men. When they stood together, even the moon in the sky seemed to have lost its radiance. While Ning Shuama was still in a daze, the other men and women in the pavilion had already rushed out. Greetings to His Highness the Crown Prince could be heard everywhere. Although these people were paying their respects to Ji Yunhuang, their eyes were all attracted by Han Shanyue. They were all secretly guessing the identity of this handsome and cold young master. Ji Yunhuang nodded his head slightly, indicating for everyone to stand up. However, his gaze landed on Ning Shuama. Shuama. There was a hint of disapproval in his eyes. Obviously, the scene of Ning Shuama flirting with the handsome guys just now fell into his eyes. Ning Shuama cupped her hands in greeting. Your Highness, I trust you have been well since we last met. Your complexion looks much better. This is all thanks to you. Ji Yunhuang sighed. Have you been well these days? After visiting Ning Shuama that time, he was grounded by Luhin Ti. He was not allowed to leave the Crown Prince's mansion on the grounds that he had to recuperate. Naturally, he could not go to Marquis Ning's mansion again. Very well. Ning Shuama smiled and answered straightforwardly. How is your Highness' injury? Has it fully recovered? Ning Shuama reached out her hand to check Ji Yunhuang's pulse. Ji Yunhuang's eyes moved slightly, but he did not dodge. Ning Shuama's fingers touched his pulse. She paused for a moment and smiled. Your Highness has recovered very well. It was even better than what she had expected. Logically speaking, his injury would at most be 60% healed and he would need to rest for a few more months. However, after checking his pulse, she found that his injury was 88% healed. His psychokinesis had also recovered by more than half, which was out of her expectations. She suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and the hairs on her back stood on end. She subconsciously raised her head and her eyes met with Master Han Shanyue's. Chapter 363. Great Master Han Shanyue's eyes were calm, but it made Ning Shuama secretly shiver. She subconsciously let go of Ji Yunhuang's wrist. This is all thanks to Shuama, your medical skills are brilliant. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. However, for me to be able to recover so quickly, it is also thanks to Great Master Han Shanyue's miraculous medicine. Ji Yunhuang sighed and introduced him to the others. This is Great Master Han Shanyue. The people present had naturally heard of Han Shanyue's name. Because he was too mysterious, there were very few people who had seen his real face. Now that they heard that he was the famous Great Master, they naturally went up to greet him. Strangely enough, although Great Master Han Shanyue had been standing there quietly, and the lanterns hanging around him were bright enough, they did not seem to shine on his face. Everyone looked at him as if there was a layer of fog behind him, and they could not see his face clearly. They could only faintly feel that he was extremely beautiful, so beautiful that he did not have the slightest bit of mortal aura. Ji Yunhuang and Lan Yufeng could be considered as handsome men, but when they stood next to him, it was like a bright pearl compared to the bright moon. His expression seemed to be indifferent. When everyone greeted him, he did not open his mouth and only nodded slightly, which was considered as a response. Ning Shuama did not want to exchange greetings with him. It was because of this fellow's mouth that her name as a jinx spread so far and wide. Moreover, she felt that this fellow seemed to be targeting her. She did not know if it was an illusion, but she felt that his gaze was especially cold when he looked at her. His gaze swept past her body and moved away. When he looked at the others, his gaze seemed to be more normal. Although it was still indifferent and had an unapproachable alienation, at least it did not make people's hair stand on end. Meow. That day, didn't she just hug him and kiss his face in a fit of pique? Why was he so cold when he saw her? Moreover, he had even thrown her down the stairs. She was magnanimous and did not seek revenge on him, taking advantage of the time when Ji Yunhuang and the other two were surrounded by the young men and women. Ning Xuema quietly left. She didn't want to have too much contact with Ji Yunhuang. After all, he was the crown prince and she, a heavenly calamity star, was destined to have no fate with him. Furthermore, she didn't even have the slightest bit of thoughts towards him, so there was no need for her to be involved with him. As she walked forward quickly, the hairs on her back stood on end, as if that person was staring at her again. She subconsciously turned around to take a look. Because there was an endless stream of people coming, it was only natural that these people would go and greet Ji Yunhuang. In just a short while, the three of them were surrounded by 3 layers of people. She couldn't even see their shadows. It seemed that he had been oversensitive. Ning Xuema shook her head and strode away to wander around. She wandered around and unknowingly wandered to a spacious area with sparse flowers and trees. A large lake appeared in front of her eyes. The lakeside was paved with large and small snow-white pebbles. Occasionally, there would be clusters of wild flowers swaying gently in the breeze. A round moon had just risen in the sky, and its reflection in the lake sparkled like a pool of silver fragments. This place was relatively remote, and the nearest lantern was a few dozen meters away. The surroundings were only illuminated by the moonlight. On the contrary, the scenery was even more beautiful. Ning Xuema stood by the lakeside and admired the scenery. Kiran was mischievous and had long jumped off Ning Xuema's shoulder and was playing happily by the lakeside. Ning Xuema looked at the clear lake and felt playful. She simply walked to the lakeside and sat down. Monthly votes, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 364. Ning Xuema looked at the clear water of the lake and decided to play around. She walked to the lakeside and sat down. She took off her shoes and socks and soaked her feet in the lake. She gently patted the water to play. While she was having fun, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Miss, this place is dangerous, please stay away." The voice was rather masculine and magnetic. Ning Xuema turned around and was stunned. She almost suspected that she was in a dream. From behind the rockery not far away, a person walked out in big strides. The moonlight was like silver, illuminating his face very clearly. That person was wearing an officer's uniform. He had a high nose bridge and deep blue eyes. One look and you could tell that he was not from Chongkong country. What surprised Ning Xuema was not this, but his appearance was very similar to a person that definitely would not appear in this world. Stallone. He was 80% similar to the young Stallone. Suddenly seeing her idol appear here, even if Ning Xuema was calm, she was still stunned for a moment and then jumped up. Because she was too shocked, she was not able to stand firm. Her body swayed and she almost fell into the lake. "Be careful." Stallone dashed over and grabbed her hand. Ning Xuema took the opportunity to stand firm and stared at him. "You are?" She could not be dreaming again, right? Stallone saw that she stood firm and immediately let go of her hand and took a step back. "I am sure Tianlong, this lake is very deep. It is not safe for Miss to be here alone. I hope that Miss can go somewhere else." Sure, Tianlong's name was actually somewhat similar to his. What kind of joke is God playing on me? She actually met an idol-level person. "Thank you for your help, General Shi." Ning Xuema smiled slightly and looked at him calmly. This person looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. He had a cold and tough temperament, with a unique iron-blooded aura of a general on the battlefield. "General Shi, are you also here to attend the garden party?" Ning Xuema was rarely in the mood to chat with others. "I was ordered to protect the safety of Qin Fong Garden, and I just happened to be patrolling here." "Miss, please leave this place quickly." Shi Tianlong bowed again, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He was a general who came from the battlefield, and the people he made were all hot-blooded men. He would rather fight on the battlefield than stay here to protect these young masters and young ladies who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. In this short period of time, he had already chased her away 3 times. Ning Xuema felt a little amused and looked at him sideways. You don't know me? Mrs. Body is priceless, so this lowly general naturally has no chance to meet you. Miss, please. I'm Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema introduced herself. She believed that he must have heard of her. Sure enough, Shi Tianlong was stunned. A pair of sharp eyes fell on her body. You are the daughter of Marquis Jingyuan Ning Shui? That's right. Ning Xuema smiled. She's also known as the Heavenly Calamity Lonely Star. You should have heard of her, right? Shi Tianlong was solemn and respectfully bowed to her. Miss Ning, I was rude just now, please forgive me. This lowly general has heard of your father's achievements in the army, and I admire him very much. It is my honor to meet you today. You're not afraid of me? Ning Xuema looked at him with a smile. Of course not. This lowly general came from the battlefield, and I only believe in strength. I don't believe in nonsense. This lowly general has heard of Miss for a long time. I heard that Mrs. Medical skills are amazing, and you saved our crown prince. Shi Tianlong actually spoke a lot. It was rare to meet someone who knew her identity and was not afraid of her. Chapter 365. It was rare for Xuema to meet someone who was not afraid of her even after knowing her identity. Especially when this person had the looks of her idol. Ning Xuema felt very gratified. She sat there and chatted with him while putting on her shoes and socks. Shi Tianlong was really a gentleman. When Ning Xuema was putting on her shoes, he automatically turned his back to her. Ning Xuema was putting on one of her shoes. When she turned her head and saw him like this, she found it funny. She was only showing her feet. Did he have to avoid her like this? She turned her eyes slightly and suddenly cried out softly. Her body tilted to the side of the lake. Since Shi Tianlong was a general, he was naturally observant and alert. When he heard Ning Xuema's cry, he almost jumped forward subconsciously. Be careful. His intention was to grab her and not let her fall into the lake. However, he did not expect that because of his nervousness, he jumped too hard. With a bang, he knocked Ning Xuema into the water. He could not stand still and fell in with her, creating a big splash. Ning Xuema was speechless. Her face was full of black lines. This person who was trying to save her was too rash. Fortunately, she knew how to swim. Otherwise, she would not have to fill her stomach with lake water. However, it was already autumn and the lake water was quite cold. Ning Xuema did not want to stay in the lake for long. She quickly popped her head out and wanted to swim to the shore. Miss Ning, don't be afraid. I'll save you. Shi Tianlong finally popped his head out and swam towards Ning Xuema. His swimming skills were not bad. Although he was not as good as Ning Xuema, he was quite pleasing to the eye. Should she wait for him to save the damsel in distress? He was a little further away from her. It would take him 2 to 3 minutes to reach her. She still had to soak in the cold lake water for a while longer. However, if she swam to the shore, she would lose her only chance to be close to her idol. This was the first time Ning Xuema was troubled by such a problem. After thinking for a while, she decided to wait for him to save her. Although the water was a little cold, she would take it as a bath for a few more minutes. She deliberately struggled on the surface of the water, her hands scratching wildly. Help, help. She really looked like a drowning person who couldn't swim at all. Seeing her like this, Shi Tianlong swam even faster. As the sound of water gradually approached, Ning Xuema finally saw her idol's face. She pretended to accidentally reach out to grab his hand. She had finally touched her idol's hand. Just as she had imagined, his palm was strong and firm, with rough calluses on his palm. Unfortunately, it was not the familiar calluses of a spear. She only wanted to get close to her idol, but she had forgotten the rules of saving people in the water. The biggest taboo for rescuers was to hold the hand of someone who had fallen into the water. Otherwise, 9 out of 10 people would be dragged into the water. Shi Tianlong clearly understood this principle. Just as Ning Xuema's small hand touched his large hand, he flung it away. "Miss Ning, I'm sorry." He slammed his palm towards the back of Ning Xuema's head. It was best to save her if she fainted. Ning Xuema's instinct was to save herself when she was in danger. When she suddenly saw his palm coming towards her, her body reacted faster than her brain. She nimbly dodged to the side and waved her hand, aiming for his vitals. Shi Tianlong's movements in the water were obviously not as good as hers. He did not expect her to counterattack and was stunned for a moment. Ning Xuema's finger was about to hit his carotid artery, although it was not a fatal spot. If she hit it, Shi Tianlong would be bedridden for a few days even if he did not die. Fortunately, Ning Xuema reacted in time. Damn, she was not trying to kill her idol. Chapter 366. She could not retract her finger in time and could only move her finger to the side and hit Shi Tianlong where it was not vital. But even if it was not vital, it was still very hurtful. Shi Tianlong groaned and his body swayed in the water. His vision turned black and the Ning Xuema in front of him turned into two. What was worse was that his hands and feet were numb and weak. Not to mention saving people, he could not support himself in the water and slowly sank into the water. Was her ability so high now? She could actually make Shi Tianlong into this state with just a finger. Damn, this was not the effect she wanted. Ning Xuema's face was full of black lines. Now the other party could not be the hero saving the beauty, only the beauty could save the hero. Otherwise, this hero would drown in the lake. She swam forward and reached out her hand to catch him. If she wanted to save him, then so be it. At least she could get closer to him. Her fingers had just touched Shi Tianlong's arm and before she could use any strength, she suddenly felt her back turn cold and her waist turn numb. As if she was hit by something, she lost all her strength in a split second. What happened? Ning Xuema was shocked. If 2 people who fell into the water did not have any strength, then it would really be fatal. Before she could do anything else, she suddenly heard the sound of water splashing. Shi Tianlong, who was right in front of her, actually rose into the air from the water, as if he was lifted by someone out of thin air. Ning Xuema watched as Shi Tianlong's body seemed to be pulled by something and flew towards the shore like a whirlwind. She seemed to have realized something and desperately turned her head to look at the shore. Under the moonlight, there was a person standing by the shore. His black hair was like a waterfall and his robe fluttered in the wind. Because the distance was too far, Ning Xuema could not see his face clearly. She could not even see the color of his robe. But Ning Xuema immediately recognized that person's identity. Han Shangyue. She did not know why there was an extra enemy. At this moment, his sleeves fluttered and Shi Tianlong's body followed his hand gesture and then fell onto the shore. Luckily, his skin was thick and this fall was like a drizzle to him. It was nothing. He rolled on the shore of the lake and struggled to get up. He hurriedly bowed to Han Shangyue. "Thank you, mister." He had met Han Shangyue before, so he recognized him. Han Shanyue's gaze landed on him and his pupils constricted. His face was hidden in the shadows, so Shi Tianlong couldn't see his expression clearly, but his intuition as a martial artist told him that this mysterious and powerful Mr. Han Shangyue in front of him was filled with killing intent. It caused him to shiver. Although he didn't know where this killing intent came from, he was still very concerned about another matter. He hurriedly bowed to Han Shangyue and said, "Mister, there is still one more person in the lake. Please save her as well, someone." "Where is it?" Han Shangyue rarely spoke, but his voice was flat. "It's..." Shi Tianlong pointed at the lake and suddenly stopped. The surface of the lake was as flat as a mirror. There was no trace of Ning Xuema. Oh no. She must have sunk to the bottom. Such a deep lake, how could a little girl like her survive if she sank into it? Shi Tianlong's head buzzed. He was originally a hot-blooded and chivalrous man. Moreover, the person who fell into the water was the daughter of Marshal Ning whom he admired the most. He wanted to jump into the water again without saying anything. She sank to the bottom. I will go and get her out. Are you sure you can still go into the water? Han Shanyue's voice was as cold as the moon. Chapter 367. Shi Tianlong shook his head. After being poked by Ning Xuema, his injuries were not light. The blood in his body seemed to have stagnated, and his blood flow was slower than usual. More importantly, his arms and legs were still weak and limp. He knew that it was better to meditate and recover, but, I'll try my best. Shi Tianlong quickly took off his armor and prepared to save her. You'll only die if you go down now. Han Shanyue's voice was even colder. His gaze fell on the water. The water was calm, and Han Shanyue's expression was also calm. However, his aura was cold, and the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Shi Tianlong could not help but shiver. He felt as if his heart had been frozen into a lump of ice. Ning Xuema was plotted against, and her body was as soft as noodles. She could not help but sink. Although she was a good swimmer, there was nothing she could do in this situation. She could only watch as her nose and mouth sank into the water. The last thing she saw was Han Shanyue's unmoving figure on the shore. The lake was very deep, at least 10 meters deep. Ning Xuema's body sank, and all she could hear was the sound of the water and her own heartbeat. Although her body could not move, she could still hold her breath. She tried her best to hold her breath as long as she could before entering the water. That Han Shanue was a pervert, but he wouldn't really want to kill her, right? She did not have any deep grudges with him. Half a minute passed, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. Ning Xuema was trapped at the bottom of the water. She began to feel suffocated. As time passed, she breathed out the breath she had taken, and there was not much left. Her head started to hurt, and her ears were buzzing. She could not hear anything outside, and she could not even hear the sound of swimming on the water. What was going on? Even if Han Shanue did not want to save her, Shi Tianlong should have, right? When she hurt him, his body would have gone limp for 1 or 2 minutes. Now, he should have recovered more than half of his strength. He should be able to swim over to save her. Why didn't he come? Did that Han Shanue really want to kill her? Even Shi Tianlong was being controlled? Ning Xuema finally panicked. Her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Oh, right. She still had Kiran. Ning Xuema forced herself to calm down and tried to call out to Kiran telepathically. Little apple, come and save me. I'm underwater. When she was playing by the lake just now, Kiran ran away and said something about going to the kitchen to see if there was anything good to eat, but she didn't come back. She must have stumbled on some delicious food. She suddenly felt a little strange. She couldn't use telepathy to contact Kiran. She couldn't sense Kiran's aura. It was as if someone had severed the connection between her and Kiran. Her summoning spell did not work at all. Kiran did not come. This time, Ning Xuema really panicked. The shadow of death loomed over her head, causing her heart to beat like a drum. As he panicked, the blood flow in his body sped up, and his oxygen consumption increased. His mind was in a daze, and he panicked. She could no longer hold her breath and choked on a mouthful of water. Drowning people knew that once they choked on water, their nostrils, throat, and chest would burn with pain. Chapter 368. The dizziness in her head intensified, and the veins behind her ears throbbed as if they were about to burst at any moment. After choking on the first mouthful of water, she could no longer control herself and choked on a few more mouthfuls of water. Before she completely fell into darkness, Ning Xuema's heart flashed with sadness. She had braved through so many disasters, but she never thought that she would die in such an inconspicuous lake today. Han Shanue. She was definitely going to be his enemy. If she survived this disaster, she would definitely take revenge and drown that bastard 800 times. On the shore, Han Shanue was still standing there. Shi Tianlong was sitting beside him with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was meditating. But his eyelids kept twitching, obviously he was not willing to meditate. But it was as if he was in a nightmare, unable to open his eyes. On the surface of the lake, where Ning Xuema had sunk, there were circles of ripples, and there were traces of blood in the center of the ripples. It was obvious that the person who had been drowned had already vomited blood. Han Shanhua looked at the spot, his fingertips moving slightly, as if he wanted to do something, but he stopped himself. After a while, there were no more ripples on the surface of the lake. It was obvious that the person under the water had either been choked to death or had fainted, and was completely motionless. He then made his move, gently lifting his sleeve, and a white light entered the water. After a while, there was a splash, and Ning Xuema's body was pulled out by the white light, hanging there. Han Shanhua's fingers moved again, and the white light wrapped around Ning Xuema and flew towards the shore. He raised his arm and hugged her in his arms. Ning Xuema's body was dripping wet, her black hair messily draped over her shoulders and face, and her body was cold without a trace of warmth. Her face was pale with a hint of green, and her originally bright red lips were now like fallen petals, without a trace of blood. She was in a sorry state. The moment Han Shanhua hugged her in his arms froze. She was not breathing. He had used too much force, and had drowned her. His arms tightened, and he hugged her even tighter, and was about to do something. Not far away, there was the sound of messy footsteps, followed by a voice calling out, "Mr. Han Shanhua, what are you doing?" The person who had come was Ji Yunhuang, and behind him were a few young nobles. When Ji Yunhuang saw everything clearly, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He could not believe his eyes. Master Han Shanhua, who was cold and noble and did not allow anyone to get close to him, was now half squatting on the ground, hugging a wet young girl in his arms. Under their feet, there was already a small puddle of water. From Ji Yunhuang's angle, he could see half of the girl's pale face. "Shuama." Ji Yunhuang strode over. "Did she fall into the water? How is it now?" Han Shanhua did not turn his head. He merely waved his sleeves, and Ji Yunhuang and the rest seemed to be bound by something, unable to take another step forward. Ji Yunhuang was stunned. Naturally, he knew that it was Mr. Han Shanhua's doing. On one hand, he was somewhat shocked by the mysterious martial arts of this gentleman. On the other hand, he hurriedly asked, "Sir, how is she? It would be better for me to find an imperial physician for her." Ning Xuema's situation did not look good, and he was really anxious. "Shut up." Han Shanhua finally spat out 2 words. An invisible pressure burst out from his body, causing the hearts of Ji Yunhuang and the rest who were a few steps away to jump a few times, and they all kept quiet out of fear. Ji Yunhuang did not dare to speak again, and could only look at them in fear. Chapter 369. Then, he saw a scene that made him flabbergasted. Master Han Shanhua, who was obsessed with cleanliness and did not want to have any physical contact with anyone, actually lowered his head and kissed the pale and soft lips of the girl in his arms. Ji Yunhuang, everyone. Fortunately, Master Han Shanhua did not stop on her lips for too long, as if he was trying to help her breathe. After a moment, the dying Ning Xuema's body finally trembled. Her fingertips also trembled. Han Shanhua immediately flipped her body over so that she was lying on his lap. He pressed his palm against her back and exerted some force. Ning Xuema groaned in pain and began to vomit water. "All right." Ji Yunhuang finally heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Han Shanhua's back with a complicated expression. He did not expect this master to be so professional in saving people. Ning Xuema's life was saved. Knowing that Ning Xuema was fine, he was slightly relieved. His gaze fell on Shi Tianlong, who was meditating not far away. He recognized this general. He frowned slightly. "Shi Tianlong, what is going on here? Why is he here? And he is shirtless." Shi Tianlong's expression was still a little dazed. He paused for a moment and came forward to greet the crown prince. "I was patrolling here when I saw Miss Ning playing in the water. I wanted to persuade her to leave, but I did not expect that in a moment of carelessness, I would knock her into the water. I also fell into the water. I wanted to swim over to save Miss Ning, but I did not expect that my hands and feet would suddenly cramp in the water. I was unable to save Miss Ning and almost drowned. Fortunately, Master Han saved me." He paused again. Perhaps it was because his brain was flooded with water that he was somewhat confused. After that, this master saved Miss Ning. He felt that there was something missing, but he could not recall what it was. However, his words were connected and there were no flaws. Everyone present believed him. Shi Tianlong was an upright and hot-blooded person. Ji Yunhuang knew his character very well and nodded slightly. The youths behind him looked at each other, and one of them blurted out, "This Miss Ning is really a jinx." General Shi only interacted with her for a short while, and he almost drowned because of her. Before he could finish his sentence, he was silenced by Ji Yunhuang's cold glare. He knew that he had made a slip of the tongue, so he forced a smile and took a step back. He saluted, "Your Highness, this subject has some urgent matters to attend to, so I will leave first." He took his leave. The others also found excuses and left one after another. At this moment, Shi Tianlong's body was dripping wet and his upper body was naked. He was wearing a pair of baggy pants that were sticking to his body. He looked rather pathetic. It was indecent for him to be here, so the crown prince waved his hand and dismissed Shi Tianlong. Ning Xuema's consciousness was forcefully pulled out of the darkness. When she regained her consciousness, she felt as if 1,000 bees had drilled into her brain. Not only was the buzzing unbearable, but it was also painful as if she was being pricked by needles. Her throat and nose were burning, and there was not a single joint in her body that did not hurt. It was as if she had been beaten up. She felt extremely uncomfortable, and her body could not help but move. A hand pressed down on her back. "Don't move." The voice was magnetic and cold like a spring. This voice, Ning Xuema suddenly opened her eyes wide. In front of her was a face that was as handsome as a painting. Chapter 370. Ning Xuema's eyes suddenly widened. In front of her was a face as handsome as a painting. Deep blue eyes like the ocean waves, a tall nose, perfectly shaped lips, and long hair that was as black as ink. His appearance could only be described with one word: perfect. She finally saw his face clearly. But at the same time, she recognized his identity, Han Shangyue. Everything that happened before she was drowned flashed through her mind like lightning. The shock when she was plotted against, the anger when she was forced to sink to the bottom of the water, the despair when she was about to die, all kinds of emotions awakened in her mind, and directly gathered into a strong anger that rushed into her chest. The most taboo thing for secret agents was anger, because anger could easily make people impulsive and do things that they would regret for the rest of their lives. Ning Xuema often felt that she had already cultivated her anger to the point that she almost forgot what it was like to be angry. But now, she finally tasted what it was like to be angry. Hot blood rushed to her head, and she suddenly sneered. She suddenly raised her hand and fiercely slapped the person who was hugging her. "Bastard. Go die." Her angry slap was halfway through when her wrist was grabbed by someone. Han Shangyue lowered his eyes to look at her small face, and his eyes met her pair of eyes that were filled with anger. He was slightly stunned. Her originally pale face was flushed red, and her pair of eyes seemed to be ignited by flames, burning with hatred. "Han Shangyue, what kind of enmity do you have with me that you have to treat me like this?" Her throat was still a little hoarse from choking on the water, and these words came out one by one. She was obviously extremely angry. Han Shanyue's body slightly stiffened. Before he could say anything, Ji Yunhuang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Xuema, don't misunderstand. You fell into the water, and it was this Master Han who saved you. He would save her. It would be good if he didn't cheat her. This time, if it wasn't for him, would she have almost drowned? This person was simply a scoundrel." Ning Xuema was so angry that her whole body was trembling. At this time, she only wanted to explode, and all her rationality had disappeared without a trace. Han Shanyue's hand was still holding her wrist, and she suddenly flung it away in disgust. "Take your dirty hand away." "Disgusting." Han Shanyue paused again. His hand was actually flung away by her. Ning Xuema rolled out of his arms and onto the ground. Then, she jumped up again. Han Shanyue slowly stood up. "You, Han Shanyue, I don't care why you're plotting against me, but this is a grudge between us. If you have the ability, then kill me now. Otherwise, I will definitely take my revenge for today. Ning Xuema clenched her fists tightly. If she had a knife in her hand right now, she would have slashed with all her might. Ji Yunhuang also noticed that Ning Xuema's mood was not normal. Xuema, calm down. Why don't you change your clothes? She can go home. Han Shanhua finally opened his mouth. His voice was still calm. She doesn't need to stay here any longer. Ning Xuema had wanted to leave as well, but when she heard what he said, she was furious. Trying to chase her away? No way. Who does he think he is? She shook her wet and messy hair and walked in front of Ji Yunhuang. Your Highness, bring me to freshen up and change my clothes. Han Shanhua was speechless. Ji Yunhuang looked at Han Shanhua, who had an unfathomable expression, and then looked at Ning Xuema. He readily agreed, okay, this prince will bring you there. Ning Xuema had almost drowned. Although she had recovered, whether it was her head or her body, it was extremely sore. After walking a few steps behind Ji Yunhuang, she tripped on a small protruding rock and staggered a few steps. Chapter 371. Ji Yunhuang subconsciously supported her, his voice full of concern. Xuema, are you alright? Her small hands were still cold. Ning Xuema straightened her body and shook her head. I'm fine. Ji Yunhuang sighed. Occasionally, he would lower his head and suddenly look at Ning Xuema's feet. Why are you? One of her feet was wearing a pair of socks, while the other was bare. Her small white foot stepped on the ground. Ning Xuema finally realized that one of her feet was still bare. When she was playing with Shi Tianlong earlier, she had only worn one shoe and had not had the time to wear the other one. She turned around and looked at the place where she had placed her shoe and sock. It was empty. She must have brought her shoe and sock down with her when she fell into the water. Because this place was relatively remote, there was only a small path that was overgrown with weeds and gravel. When she stepped on it barefoot, she felt a little uncomfortable. She frowned slightly. Ji Yunhuang said, how about I carry you there? Ning Xuema subconsciously took a step back. She was puzzled. Where did Kiran go to play? Why isn't he back yet? Speak of the devil. Not far away, a blue shadow flashed. Kiran came out of nowhere like a gust of wind. Master! Master! Suddenly, it saw Ning Xuema's miserable appearance and was shocked. Master, you fell into the water? I suddenly felt very uncomfortable just now, as if I was going to die. I wanted to sense you, but no matter what, I couldn't sense you. I had no choice but to rush back. Master, are you alright? Kiran spoke like a machine gun, rattling off a bunch of words. Ning Xuema's head was still hurting, but it hurt even more after Kiran spoke. She waved her hand. I'm fine. Just now, I was schemed against by a pervert. I'm fine now. Come, change back to your original form and carry me. My feet hurt. Kiran looked at her bare feet. There were a few bloodstains on her soft, crystal-like feet. It looked like she had scratched the face of a beauty. It made his heart ache. Kiran rolled on the ground and indeed returned to its original form. Ning Xuema flew up, and the two humans and one beast left side by side. Kiran's curious voice was still floating in the air. Master, which pervert is scheming against you? Tell me and Little Apple will avenge you. Don't mention it. I'll take revenge myself. Ning Xuema's voice was hoarse and cold. Although Ji Yunhuang did not know exactly what had happened, hearing Ning Xuema's tone, he understood that there must be some inside story that he did not know about. He could not help but look back at Han Shanhua. The master was still standing there. The darkness of the night blurred his face, making it impossible to see his expression. It only made people feel that he seemed a little lonely. Ji Yunhuang's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly thought of the scene where the master did not hesitate to give Ning Xuema a mouth-to-mouth kiss. His heart suddenly sank. What happened between Xuema and the master? The master also seemed to treat Ning Xuema differently. Ji Yunhuang brought Ning Shuama to a warm room. The maids here had already been instructed to prepare bathing water, ginger soup, and clean clothes. Everything was well prepared. Ji Yunhuang was still worried about her and wanted to wait outside for her to change before going out together. However, the eunuch outside sent a message saying that the emperor had arrived and asked him to quickly go and welcome him. The emperor's order could not be disobeyed. He could only give the maids a few instructions before following the eunuch. Ning Shuama soaked in the hot bath for a while and finally warmed up her body. She drank a bowl of ginger soup to get rid of the cold. Her body felt more comfortable and her strength recovered a lot. Chapter 372. The dress that Ji Yunhuang had prepared for her was of good quality. Although it wasn't the style that she liked to wear, it was very fitting. After putting it on and looking at herself in the mirror, she had a different kind of aura. She was quite satisfied with it. The two maids that Ning Shuama had let out to play by themselves had finally found their way here. One of them was an expert at combing hair. Ning Shuama's hair had been taken care of by her for the past few days. Now, she had combed her hair according to Ning Shuama's current style of dress. She combed her hair into a flowing cloud bun, then smoothed her face and applied some light rouge and face powder to cover her slightly pale face. Ning Shuama looked at herself in the mirror. Her eyes were watery, her lips were like flower buds, and there wasn't a trace of fatigue on her face. She looked delicate and beautiful. She was finally satisfied. Under the guidance of the maid, she walked out of the warm room and towards Lu Xiu Palace Hall. That was where the garden party was going to be held. Now, most of the people had already arrived. Lu Xiu Palace Hall was built in the middle of a body of water. It was a two-story hall that was connected to the shore by a winding corridor. When Ning Shuama walked down the winding corridor, she saw that the inside was brightly lit and the shadows of people were flickering. It was a contrast to the rippling blue water downstairs, giving people the feeling of a heavenly pavilion. A little eunuch led her inside. When she reached the entrance, the little eunuch shouted in a sharp voice, "Marquis Jinyuan, young Miss Ning has arrived." The originally noisy hall suddenly became quiet. When Ning Shuama walked in, the people who were chatting at the entrance seemed to have been blown away by a gust of wind. One after another, they retreated to the sides faster than avoiding the plague. Ning Shuama was speechless. Originally, she had lived a peaceful life for more than a month. She had attended several gatherings, but she didn't bring misfortune to anyone. People were no longer afraid of her, the heavenly calamity star. Why was it that when she fell into the water once, these people were avoiding her like a flood? Who said anything about her? Her doubts were picked up by the blue cat, Kiran, who was lying on her shoulder. It tilted its ears and listened carefully, then reported to Ning Shuama through telepathy, "Master, they said that General Shi had only said a few words to you, but he was so tired that he fell into the water and almost drowned. If it wasn't for Master Han Shanyue's timely intervention, General Shi's life would have been over. They said that the reputation of the heavenly cursed lone star is not in vain." Ning Shuama, she could feel countless gazes landing on her. Those gazes were filled with complicated emotions. There was fear, schadenfreude, disgust. She could hear the low buzzing sounds of conversations. Because there were too many people, Ning Shuama couldn't clearly hear what they were saying. However, she didn't need to guess to know that it wasn't anything good. It was nothing more than adding oil and vinegar to the fire, talking about her jinx deeds. At this moment, she felt like she was a monkey in a cage in a zoo. She was being watched by everyone as a joke. Ning Shuama had always been magnanimous and didn't really care about those rumors. However, at this moment, she felt very uncomfortable. She had worked so hard for so long. She had only been in the limelight for a few days, but now she was kicked back into the mud with just one sentence, and this time, the main culprit who caused her to fall into such a state was the person sitting at the head of the table. At this moment, Han Shanyue was sitting at the head of the table. He had a table to himself. On his left and right, Luhin Ti and the Crown Prince were accompanying him. Chapter 373. Although this Han Shanyue's ability was strange, he was still a commoner, right? Why should the emperor and the crown prince sit beside him? Luhin Ti naturally did not want to leave her out. He smiled and nodded at her. Shuama, I heard that you fell into the water. Are you okay? Ning Shuama bowed, thank you for your concern. Shuama is fine. And, then go sit down first. Luhin Ti's voice was gentle. In the main hall, other than the emperor, the crown prince, and the swindler master Han Shanhua sitting at a single table, everyone else sat at a table with 3 people. The seating arrangement was quite subtle, with 2 men and 1 woman. It seemed that the customs of Chong Kong country were not very feudal. No one felt that this arrangement was inappropriate. This time's garden party was originally a disguised blind date event. Those who were interested in each other, or those who were interested in each other, sat together. Young men and young women, it looked very harmonious. This time, the girls who came to participate in the garden party were naturally not all exceptional beauties. There was no lack of ordinary looks, but with exquisite makeup, it was acceptable. Because there were more men than women, and the status of the girls was not low, even the most ordinary girl had 2 men accompanying her. Although the men accompanying her didn't look very good, they were still nobles after all. They were well-educated, witty in conversation, and confident in their actions. They were very gentlemanly. They served food to the girl beside them, chatting and laughing, which greatly satisfied the girl's vanity. Today, every single unmarried girl was like a princess, reservedly enjoying the attentions of the men on both sides. A little eunuch had already brought her to a table, where 2 youths were already sitting. Their faces were handsome, and their clothes were flirtatious. Looking at their attire, they should be from a large family, and their status should not be low. These 2 people's manners were refined, and their actions had a kind of romantic attitude. Among the youths present, these 2 should be the best. There was no reason for these kinds of people not to be favored by the girls, but now they were sitting there alone. There were only 2 reasons. First, these 2 people's standards were high, and none of the girls present could enter their eyes. Secondly, this was Luhin Ti's deliberate arrangement. In other words, Luhin Ti wanted her to choose one of the 2 as her husband. When Ning Shuama walked up to the table and saw the expressions of the 2 youths, she was even more certain that the second point played a large role. When the 2 handsome youths saw her coming over, they didn't avoid her like the plague like the other youths. Instead, they stood up and cupped their hands in greeting. While they spoke courteously, their eyes flashed with fear and helplessness as they threw caution to the wind. It was obvious that Luhin Ti had pressured these 2 in advance, which was why they were behaving this way. Ning Shuama was good at reading people's expressions. Normally, the more they were afraid of her, the more she wanted to tease them and vent her anger. But now, she was not interested. She sat in the middle of the table according to the rules. Kiran jumped down from her shoulder and nestled in her arms. It rested its front paws on the table, waiting for the meal to be served. She actually brought a pet to the banquet. The 2 youths were already very reluctant to sit with her, and now that they saw the blue cat, their mood became even worse. One of them had a slightly bigger temper, and seeing this, he frowned and said, "Miss Ning, this is a royal banquet. It is improper to bring a pet to the banquet." Although these 2 people were sitting at the same table as her, they moved as far away as they could, leaving a large empty seat for her, making her table the center of attention again. Chapter 374. Ning Shuama did not expect the 2 of them to treat her well, but they were clearly trying to embarrass her, which made her even more unhappy. Hearing the words of the man on the left, she sneered in her heart, but did not show it on her face. She said indifferently, "Since this is a royal banquet, His Majesty naturally has the final say. His Majesty has not said anything yet, so who are you to say these words?" The man on the left was the son of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. He was choked by Ning Shuama's words. Ning Shuama did not bother with him anymore. She pulled a plate and gave the blue cat in her arms many of its favorite dishes. However, she was vaguely irritated. She knew that she would be treated coldly at the banquet. She must have lost her mind. She did not take the opportunity to go back, but instead came here to put herself in such an awkward situation. What pet? This god is a Kiran. Kiran could not take it anymore and reprimanded them. A blue cat suddenly opened its mouth and spoke, startling the two young masters. Both of their eyes stared at the blue cat. Chilan? Kiran held its head high. That is this god. You have eyes but can't see. How dare you treat this god as a pet? The two men were scolded by it, but they were not angry. If it was really a Kiran sitting with them, it would not be a disgrace, but a kind of glory. However, they still did not believe it. If it was a Kiran, how could it look like a blue cat? The assistant minister's son asked. Kiran held its head high. This god can change into anything. Naturally, I can change into whatever I want. If this god reverts to its original form, will there be a place for you here? Luhin T's eyes flashed. Kiran, since it is so lively today, why don't you revert to your original form and let them see? It will also shock them. The little Chilan was somewhat dissatisfied with its master's cold treatment and wanted to help its master win back some face. It humphed and didn't decline. It walked to the center of the hall and a blue light flashed on its body. The blue cat disappeared and what appeared in its place was a half-horse-sized Chilan mythological beast. Sparkling and translucent jade-like scales, green jade-like horns, large double-eyelid eyes, swaying its head and wagging its tail, it looked both spirited and mighty. Little Chilan rarely showed its original form in the city, so the majority of the people present had never seen its original appearance. At this moment, it was their first time seeing it, so each and every one of them widened their eyes. Little Chilan deliberately walked around the hall with its head held high, causing everyone to gasp. Countless envious gazes landed on Kiran. Of course, there were also jealous gazes that landed on Ning Shuama. He was clearly a piece of trash and a jinx, yet he was so lucky to be able to tame such a mysterious and powerful Chilan beast as his pet. He was truly lucky. Of course, most of these jealous gazes were from women. Ning Shuama's appearance was prettier than all the women present. If it wasn't for the fact that she was known as a jinx, all the young men present would probably be attracted to her. People were easily jealous, especially those of the same sex. Thus, these women were inexplicably unhappy when they saw Ning Shuama. They were secretly delighted when they saw her being treated coldly by everyone at the banquet. Now, because of Kiran, the young men present looked at Ning Shuama subtly and didn't reject her as much. Kiran, you said you can change into anything. What else can you change into? Luhin T was in high spirits today. Chapter 375. Everything can change. Kiran was proud of itself. In order to show off its abilities, it turned into a fierce tiger with a bang and let out a long roar, scaring everyone present. Especially those young girls, their faces turned pale and they subconsciously hid behind the young men beside them. The people of Chong Kong country loved martial arts, and almost all the young men present knew martial arts. Even those young girls knew some flowery moves, but this did not stop them from being frightened when they saw a fierce beast. Those young men were also happy to play the role of flower protectors, protecting the young girls behind them, looking like heroes. The two young men sitting with Ning Shuama also subconsciously looked at Ning Shuama. Ning Shuama was sitting there, leisurely drinking wine. There was no trace of fear on her face. The two young men were stunned for a moment, and they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. They could only look at Kiran. Kiran became excited, turning into a tiger, a magical leopard, and a long python. All of them were majestic magical beasts. It caused a burst of screams and applause from the crowd. Luhin T also felt that he had gained a lot of face, and he couldn't help but ask Kiran, Kiran, can you transform into a human? This question stepped on Kiran's sore spot. Its body slightly stiffened, and with a flash of blue light, it turned back into a blue cat. This god disdains to transform into a human. It walked back to Ning Shuama's arms with cat steps. After going through the little Chilan's catwalk, the attitude of the two youths sitting with Ning Shuama finally warmed up a bit. His body leaned slightly toward the center. The son of the assistant minister looked at Ning Shuama with a complicated gaze. This young lady was really beautiful. And it was a natural beauty, not something that was made up by makeup. Her big eyes were like ripples, her nose was straight, and her small lips were perfectly shaped. The corners of her lips were slightly upturned, like beautiful water chestnuts. Beside her was the only Chilan beast in the whole continent. Miss Ning, if you have time, you can come to my humble residence as a guest. I will definitely do my best as a host and make you feel at home. The assistant minister's son's words had a hidden meaning. Oh. Ning Xuema turned the white jade wine cup in her hand and raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she didn't quite understand his secret words. The assistant minister's son decided to speak more clearly. Of course, he lowered his voice and said, Miss Ning, you also know that with your current reputation, it will be difficult for you to marry a talented man. This young master can't bear to see you like this. If you're willing to raise Kiran under the name of the assistant minister's residence, this young master can consider taking you in. Considering your reputation, it's not very likely that you'll be the main wife, but this young master can make you the head of the concubines. You can be considered to have found a good home. If General Ning knows this in the underworld, he should be able to rest assured. He looked as if he was doing her a favor for her sake, as if he was sacrificing himself for the sake of the assistant minister manor. When Kiran heard this, it immediately wanted to explode. Ning Xuema rubbed its head, indicating that it should calm down. Tilting her head, she looked at the assistant minister's son and smiled, the head of the concubines, a good home. Young master, are you saying this for Xuema's sake? Her voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for everyone in the hall to hear. Everyone's ears perked up. Ning Xuema's table once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Lu Hin-ti frowned slightly. Ji Yunhuang couldn't help but angrily say, Young Master Zhao, what are you saying? Xuema is a dragon among men. She deserves the best man to treat her with the best. The best treatment. You're insulting her by saying this. Chapter 376. Young Master Zhao froze for a moment, and couldn't help but mumble, a dragon among men? Everyone says that she is a 1,000-year lone phoenix, a jinx. Whoever marries her will be unlucky. She is also trash with a bad reputation. For someone like her to be accepted as a concubine is already good enough. If not for... He then stole a glance at Luxian Emperor and continued, if it weren't for your majesty's benevolence, who pitied her and wanted to find a husband for her, who would want to marry her, clap. 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 Ning Xuema lightly clapped her hands 3 times. The sound of her clapping could be heard by everyone. So, you giving me the position of a concubine is a favor to me? Ning Xuema smiled, her hands still twirling the cup of wine. Since he had already spoken, young Master Zhao raised his head, that's right. It's my good intentions. But I don't like weaklings. The wine cup in Ning Xuema's hand suddenly spun and flew towards young Master Zhao's head. The wine in the cup poured onto young Master Zhao's head. Young Master Zhao's martial arts were not bad. His telekinesis had already reached level 5. Among the youths present, his martial arts were considered the best. But he did not expect that he would not be able to avoid Ning Xuema's cup of wine. With his head full of wine, he could not help but jump up and stare at Ning Xuema. You trash. Who are you calling a weakling? Before he could finish his sentence, his collar was grabbed by someone. Before he could react, his body was lifted up and flew out like a cloud. Not knowing if it was intentional or not, Ning Xuema's round was aimed at Han Shanyue's position. Han Shanyue saw a human weapon flying towards him. His eyelashes drooped slightly, but he did not have any other reaction. Pung! When young Master Zhao was 3 feet away from Han Shanyue, he seemed to have bumped into an invisible barrier. He then slid down and rolled on the ground, lying there, unable to get up for a while. This turn of events was completely out of everyone's expectations. Everyone stood there like wooden chickens as they looked at young Master Zhao who was sprawled on the ground. Then, they looked at the smiling Ning Xuema who was standing there. They couldn't help but shudder. The other young master sitting at the same table as Ning Xuema was so scared that he shivered. He sat there stiffly. He wanted to run away, but he didn't dare to. If he didn't run away, he was afraid. He was still holding a wine cup in his hand. He didn't even feel the wine spilling on his hand. Ning Xuema clapped her hands and looked down at young Master Zhao. She mocked, I heard that young Master Zhao is also a genius. How does it feel to be thrown out by a piece of trash? Young Master Zhao's whole body was in pain as if it was falling apart. He had clearly crashed into a rather smooth barrier, but it felt as if he had crashed into a hard rock. The impact made him feel dizzy, and all the joints in his body hurt. He wanted to jump up, but his limbs were sore. Just as he was about to jump up, his legs gave way and he fell to the ground. He made a fool of himself again. His hair was messy, his clothes were torn, and his shoes fell off. Young Master Zhao grew up in a pot of honey. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He was embarrassed, angry, and shocked. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. There was no hole in the hall for him to hide in. He raised his head, his handsome face flushed red. He stared at Ning Xuema. You. What kind of trick did you use? Ning Xuema tilted her head and looked at him coldly. Trick? Do I need a trick to deal with someone as weak as you? Chapter 377. Young Master Zhao's face was so red that it almost turned purple. Young Master Zhao was regarded as a genius in the capital. Usually, he would practice martial arts with his servants, and even a dozen people wouldn't be able to get close to him. Now, he was actually thrown out like trash by a legendary trash. If this were to spread out, where would his face go? But, how did he get thrown out? He didn't even see how Ning Xuema did it. Most of the people present had the same surprise. They looked at Ning Xuema with eyes full of doubt and shock. All right, Zhao Xian, you still underestimate Ning Xuema. She is young and hot-headed, that's why she played such a joke on you. Come, help young Master Zhao to change his clothes. Today, Luhin Ti, who was in a good mood, tried to smooth things over. There were already servants coming over to help young Master Zhao down. A small disturbance passed just like that. After young Master Zhao went down to tidy his clothes and wash up, he didn't want to return to the banquet that made him lose face. But since the emperor was still there, as a subject, he didn't dare to leave the banquet. He could only take his time to return. After greeting Luhin Ti and the crown prince, he didn't want to return to his original seat no matter what. Coincidentally, a young master went out to relieve himself, so he sat down on his seat. Luhin Ti tacitly agreed. Anyway, after such a thing happened, Ning Xuema and this young Master Zhao were no longer possible. It was better to give the opportunity to other youths. When the young master who went out to relieve himself came back, he found a very serious problem. His seat was occupied. And the only seat left was beside Ning Xuema. He shivered in his heart, and was thinking about what to do. Luhin Ti spoke, Hua Qingho, you can sit beside Xuema. Hua Qingho was the son of the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. He was tall and sturdy, with a dignified appearance. His father was loyal to the royal family and was one of the candidates that Luhin Ti wanted to choose for Ning Xuema. After all, he was the son of a military general. His personality was more straightforward, and he didn't beat around the bush. He was a little dazed. Therefore, after being stunned for a moment, he said, Your Majesty, I dare not sit with Marquis Ning. Why? Luhin Ti raised an eyebrow. Facts have proven that Xuema is not a good-for-nothing. Her kung fu is pretty good. She and you can even compare notes on kung fu. This young general doesn't like women who are too tough. I'm afraid that I'll be beaten up by her. Hua Qingho was a straightforward person. He directly expressed his concerns. Luhin Ti, everyone burst into laughter and turned to look at Ning Xuema. Their eyes were filled with schadenfreude, ridicule, and a little sympathy. Ning Xuema's fingers that were holding the wine cup tightened. This bunch of stinky men. If your psychokinesis is not good, they will mock you for being a good-for-nothing. If your kung fu is good, they will despise you for being better than them. The young man who was barely sitting next to her had been observing her expression with trepidation. At this moment, when he saw her pretty face darken, he panicked even more. The hand that was holding the chopsticks trembled slightly. He was trembling so much that the plate in front of him was rattling. Ning Xuema was not in a good mood. She looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Why are you trembling? Are you afraid that I'll throw you out too? The young man's surname was Imo. When Ning Xuema asked, he was so frightened that the chopsticks in his hand fell onto the plate. He suddenly got up and left his seat. He bowed to Luhin Ti. Your Majesty, no, I also request to change my seat. Chapter 378. Luhin Ti was speechless. This was too embarrassing. These sons of officials were used to sensual pleasures and had not experienced much of the world. Now that they were frightened by a girl, it was too embarrassing. Ning Xuema said calmly, how can a phoenix sit with a bird? Your Majesty, I don't want to sit with such a good-for-nothing. Luhin Ti did not want an awkward silence, so he sent someone to arrange another table for young Master Imo and young Master Hua to sit. In this round, Ning Xuema seemed to have the upper hand. However, all the young ladies in the hall were accompanied by young masters. She was the only one who sat there alone. Everyone in the hall glanced at her from time to time. Some were sympathetic, some were mocking, and some were gloating. Ning Xuema sighed. She had no intention of choosing a son-in-law here. However, being isolated like this still made her feel a little lost. In her previous life, she was always in a good position. The number of people who chased after her could surround the entire city. She even had many international friends. It could be said that the peach blossoms were extremely lush. However, after coming here, she did not expect to end up like this. She was shunned like a monster, no matter how she thought about it. It was all because of Han Shangyue. If this bastard did not say that she was destined to be alone, her life would not be so difficult. She glared at Han Shanyue's direction. She wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Han Shanyue sat there lazily. His wide sleeves dragged behind him. The hall was brightly lit by candles, but it could not illuminate the master's true appearance. It looked blurry. He must have used some spell to hide his appearance, right? It made it impossible to see his expression clearly, even if she could see it clearly before. Now that she thought about it, it was all a blur. She could not remember it clearly. How strong was this person's martial arts? It would be very difficult for her to find him for revenge. Actually, it wasn't just Ning Xuema who had this question. Even Luhin Ti, the crown prince, and all the generals present had the same question because they couldn't see through this great master's depth at all. They only felt that this master's every move carried an inexplicable pressure, as if he was a natural-born saint. No one dared to slight him. In fact, most people's nobility was cultivated later in life. After being influenced by the etiquette of the big families, they could bring out that kind of elegance and nobility with every movement. Master Han Shangyue, on the other hand, was born with a noble aura. Everyone who saw him would have the urge to worship him. It was as if a commoner in the mortal world had seen a god in the sky. He did not do or say anything, but the moment Luhin Ti saw him, he did not dare to slight him and treated him with the most honorable etiquette. She had to be careful when she spoke to him. Now that Ning Xuema had made such a mess at the banquet, he acted as if he didn't see it at all. He sat there lazily, playing with a jade wine cup in his hand. His eyelashes were lowered, and no one knew what he was thinking. He seemed to have sensed Ning Xuema's gaze and turned his head slightly to look at her. This glance was emotionless, but when he saw the burning hatred in Ning Xuema's eyes, a trace of interest flashed across his eyes. It seemed like he had really offended her too much. Luhin Ti did not give up. He still wanted to arrange 2 more escorts for Ning Xuema. However, whoever his eyes landed on would shrink back. It was obvious that no one was willing to pick up this hot potato. Chapter 379. As for those young ladies, they were looking at Ning Xuema with eyes full of schadenfreude. So what if she had a divine beast? So what if her martial arts were high? She would still not be favored by any man. Sitting there all alone was like a big joke. The atmosphere at the banquet was a little awkward. Luhin Ti was about to say something to resolve the awkwardness when suddenly, a young eunuch rushed in and reporting to your majesty, the wise king's heir is here to visit. What? Luhin Ti suddenly stood up. The other officials also stood up and looked at the young eunuch in shock. The young eunuch quickly repeated what he had just said and added, "The wise king's heir is waiting outside the garden." Lu Hinti could only say, "Quickly invite him in." He then turned around and ordered Ji Yunhuang, "Bring everyone to welcome him in my place." Ji Yunhuang brought everyone out. Ning Xuema also searched for information about the wise king in her mind. In this continent, the emperor was not the most respected person. Other than the emperors of the 5 kingdoms, there were also a few sects and clans that were not under the jurisdiction of the emperor. For example, the Sun-Moon sect, the Storm sect, the Limitless sect, etc. Other than these famous sects, there were also a few mysterious clans. Most of them had their own territories and their own laws. These clans were passed down through the bloodline. Every disciple in the clans had decent psychokinesis and there were many experts. They formed their own system and did not pay any attention to the emperor. The only difference between them and the sects was that there were many disciples with different surnames in the sections. These clans, on the other hand, only accepted their own disciples and did not accept disciples with different surnames. However, their power in this continent was not to be underestimated. The hierarchy in the clans was also very strict. Among these clans, the Wise King clan was the leader. The leader of the Wise King clan called himself the Wise King, and the future successor would be conferred the title of heir. The Wise King clan was very low-key and did not participate in the world. Therefore, very few people knew about them. Even the emperors of the various kingdoms had not seen their true faces. However, the forces behind Wisdom King were not to be underestimated. Once they were offended, even the royal family of each country would not be able to escape the fate of being hunted down. At first, Wisdom King was called Hell King. Later on, he changed his name to Wisdom King because he thought it was too dark. Now that the Wise King's crown prince was here, Lu Hinti did not dare to be negligent. The young men and women present all revealed excited and curious expressions. Everyone stretched their necks to look outside the door. Everyone wanted to see what the most mysterious heir of the family looked like. A moment later, the Wise King crown prince walked in with Ji Yunhuang. Ji Yunhuang's expression was somewhat subtle. The moment he entered, he glanced at Ning Xuema. As for Ning Xuema, the moment she saw the true face of the Wise King's heir, she dropped her wine glass and blurted out, "Shijue." The person who came in was Shiju, who had not been seen for a day. He had only changed into an ink-black king robe embroidered with a dark dragon, but his aura had completely changed. Previously, he was wearing the uniform of a guard of the Marquis estate, like a sharp blade hidden in a scabbard. He was also somewhat immature and childish. Now that he was wearing the fitting and luxurious king robe, he was like a luminous pearl that had been wiped clean of dust, emitting a dazzling radiance. He was noble, proud, cold, and had no worldly affairs in his eyes. He was like a king who looked down on the world. There were 4 attendants following behind him. Each of them had sharp gazes and were astute and valiant. It was obvious that they were all experts. Chapter 380. When Shiju entered, he first glanced at Ning Xuema. His thin lips curled up slightly as he expressed his satisfaction at her surprise. At this time, his words and actions were very reserved, and he had the demeanor of a king. When he exchanged greetings with Lu Hinti, he advanced and retreated appropriately. His aura did not lose out at all. Ning Xuema could not help but press between her eyebrows. She had been quite lucky recently. She did not expect that she would be able to save the crown prince by casually saving someone in the Heavenly Book Mountain. What was even stranger was that this crown prince had been her personal bodyguard for dozens of days. Was this child visiting incognito earlier? He was actually willing to lower himself to be a servant in her small temple. Lu Hinti naturally had to entertain this crown prince with great hospitality. He ordered the attendants to set up another table below him. Shijue waved his hand, "Your Majesty, there is no need for such trouble." His gaze swept towards Ning Xuema's direction, and he walked over with large strides. He sat beside Ning Xuema. "This crown prince can sit here." Lu Hinti, he coughed, "Crown prince, that is the seat of the officials. Your status is honorable, so you should have another seat. No need, this crown prince does not care so much. Moreover, I have a good relationship with Miss Ning. Sitting here is just nice for us to reminisce about the past. Shijue sat down and did not want to move. Crown Prince Shijue was handsome and had a noble status. Moreover, his bearing was even more extraordinary, and was not inferior to Ji Yunhuang. This kind of youth naturally attracted the attention of all the girls in the hall. Countless hearts were sprouting. One of the prettiest girls even stood up, wanting to find a good reason to sit with him. However, she did not expect that he would actually choose to sit beside Ning Xuema. He sat down casually and did not seem to have any intention of standing up. This girl secretly gritted her teeth and sat down again unwillingly. Xuema, I haven't seen you for a day. How have you been? Shijue's gaze fell on Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema replied with a wooden face, thank you for your concern, Xuema is fine. Lihin Ti did not expect that Ning Xuema had interacted with this honorable crown prince before. After listening to their conversation, he could not help but ask, Xuema, you and the crown prince are old acquaintances? Ning Xuema was still expressionless. Reporting to your majesty, Xuema was fortunate enough to get acquainted with the crown prince at Heavenly Book Mountain. The crown prince was probably incognito when he came to Xuema's residence. Xuema didn't know his identity, so I wronged him by making him my personal bodyguard for a few days. Luxian Emperor was speechless. There was such a thing? The spies in Manor did not find the crown prince, those spies should be sent back to the furnace. Shiju glanced at Ning Xuema and faintly said, Xuema, this prince is not visiting incognito. It's because you saved this prince's life, so this prince is going to your residence to repay your kindness. Then I'm sorry to have wronged the crown prince. Ning Xuema was still expressionless. It's not really a grievance. Shijue stared at her face, Xuema, are you angry? Of course not. You're thinking too much. Ning Xuema denied. Then why aren't you smiling? Shijue refused to let her go. I'm not selling my smile. Ning Xuema complained in her heart. She raised her hand and picked up the wine cup. I was shocked to see the air. Come, Crown Prince, Xuema salutes you. Shijue looked at her and slowly raised his wine cup. Don't be so distant, you can still call me Shijue. Xuema doesn't dare. Why wouldn't you dare? I allow you to call me that. Chapter 381. Shijue was still a 14 or 15-year-old child and held a high position, so he naturally had a stubborn temper. Ning Xuema had a headache and didn't want to argue with him. All right, Your Highness Shijue. Remove Your Highness. Shijue was very stubborn. Ning Xuema gritted her teeth. All right, Shijue. This should be fine, right? Yes, it's fine. Shijue had achieved his goal and was finally satisfied. He drank the cup of wine and put down the cup. He looked at Ning Xuema and said word by word, no matter what my identity is, Xuema, I don't want you to be estranged from me. His sharp and direct gaze made Ning Xuema's scalp tingle. She only wanted to divert his attention, so she nodded. Of course, we won't be estranged. I've always treated you as a friend. This damned brat, so he had such a high status. No wonder he was so arrogant. Even when he was her personal bodyguard, he wasn't willing to call her master like the other servants. He called her Miss Ning instead. Now, he simply called her Xuema, Xuema. However, since this brat had such a high status, why didn't he bring a single bodyguard with him to the Heavenly Book Mountain? Furthermore, he was dressed in such an ordinary warrior's attire. She had actually misjudged him. Strange, his appearance was so similar to number 2. There was no need to ask to know that they were related by blood. Could it be that number 2 was also from the Wise King clan? She heard that other than the direct line of descent, the Wise King clan also had many side branches. Could it be that number 2 was from an inconspicuous side branch? Looking at Shijue's attitude, he didn't know about the existence of number 2 at all. The side branch that number 2 belonged to should be weak and rarely cared about, right? The name was ordinary. Even if it was lost, the direct line of descent wouldn't care. Perhaps they didn't even know about it. Poor number 2. Shuama, what are you thinking about? Shijue picked up a piece of fish for her. After following her for a few days, he already knew her general taste. I'm thinking about number 2. Ning Shuama replied casually. Pa. The fish fell onto Ning Shuama's plate, and the soup splashed out. Fortunately, Kiran reacted quickly. It immediately raised its claws, and a water screen appeared in front of it, blocking the soup from spilling onto Ning Shuama's dress. Ning Shuama regained her senses and looked at Prince Shijue, whose face had darkened. Sorry, my hand slipped. Shiju said calmly, but he was secretly gritting his teeth. He looked at Ning Shuama with a faint smile. Shuama, can you not think of that person in front of me? His voice was a little cold. If it wasn't for him, how would I know you? Ning Shuama inwardly ridiculed him. She sighed, all right, I was just thinking about it, that's all. Don't talk about him anymore. Speaking of which, why were you alone on Heavenly Book Mountain that day? He's still so down and out. This is not the place to talk. I'll tell you next time. Shijue avoided the topic and whispered to Ning Shuama. Ning Shuama realized that Shijue, who was used to being quiet in front of her, seemed to be a different person. He was much more talkative. There was a faint smile on his usually cold face, and he would occasionally serve her food. Ning Shuama wasn't used to him being like this, but it wasn't convenient for her to say anything in public. What's more, he also relieved her of the awkwardness of sitting alone at the banquet table with no one paying attention to her. He finally made her feel like a princess. Chapter 382. Prince Shijue has come to my country, but I only found out today. I have neglected you and caused you to be wronged. I am very sorry. Luhin Ti began to worm his way into being friends with Shijue. Everyone knew that the wise king family was a family of talismans, and talisman masters were as rare as alchemists on this continent. A top-grade talisman was worth thousands of gold, and there was no market for it. Talisman masters were also talents that every country needed to rope in. Now that the wise king's heir had personally come, he naturally wanted to build a relationship with him. I have not been wronged, your majesty does not need to be so polite. Shijue's voice was faint and cold, and he returned to his cold appearance in front of others. While he was exchanging pleasantries with Luhin Ti, he took a plate that was slightly further away and placed it in front of Ning Shuama. This prawn is not bad. I have tasted it, and the taste should be to your liking. Try it. When he said this, his voice was much gentler. Since when did this little brat have such a clear understanding of her tastes? She clearly remembered that when she was eating, she did not let him serve her by her side. Ning Shuama was somewhat embarrassed. This heir Shiju was very attentive towards her. He treated her much better than the other noble young masters who were sitting at the same table as him. Those girls who were secretly looking at her as a joke were now filled with envy and jealousy. Among the young masters present, other than the crown prince and the extremely young Mr. Han Shanyue, who else had a higher status than this prince? Furthermore, this prince was talented and handsome, and his appearance was also one of the best among the people present. Especially that pair of eyes, when he looked at people, it was cold and deep, and it made many girls' hearts flutter. Furthermore, this prince was extremely gentlemanly, and he took care of the girls around him. Ji Yunhuang's expression was not very good, and he looked at Ning Shuama's table with a complicated gaze. As the host, he naturally could not show his unhappiness, and he could only interrupt from time to time to divert Shijue's attention from Ning Shuama. Helplessly, he had spoken no less than 20 sentences with Shiju, but Shiju had always replied coldly. He was neither rude nor warm, making Ji Yunhuang feel like he was trying to stick his warm face to Shiju's cold ass. Moreover, even if Shiju was conversing with others, his subordinates were still taking care of Ning Shuama. He peeled prawn shells for her, served her vegetables, and placed all her favorite dishes in front of her. He even knew that she only ate slightly spicy food. When he encountered a dish that she liked but had a little too much chili, he would even dip it in the soup for her. It was Ning Xuema's first time being taken care of like this. She couldn't help but feel a little confused. She began to wonder if this heir apparent had been provoked and wanted to provoke someone. Could it be that one of the girls in the hall was his sweetheart? So he used her as a tool to provoke that woman? Before she could finish her thought, a young girl gracefully walked up to her. Other than Ning Xuema, this young girl was the most beautiful girl present. Moreover, her status was also high. She was the daughter of the current prime minister, multi-talented, and a psychokinesis expert. She was known as the head of the four beauties in the capital, and her fame was even greater than Ji Yunyao's. She was the target of the nobles in the capital. However, she had always been proud and arrogant, and she did not show any interest in any man. Now, she was holding a cup of wine and walking in front of Shiju. Chapter 383. Now, she was holding a cup of wine and walking in front of Shiju. Her eyes were watery. Your Highness, Xiangmeng didn't recognize you a few days ago and offended you. Now, Xiangmeng is here to apologize. Her voice was clear and melodious, like an oriole flying out of a valley. Shiju didn't get up and only glanced at her. He didn't have the intention to raise his cup. Miss Xiangmeng, you don't have to be so polite. Miss Xiangmeng simply sat down. Your Highness, if you don't want to drink this cup of wine, it means that you still blame me for that day and haven't forgiven Xiangmeng. Her voice contained some hidden bitterness. There was indeed a story. Ning Xuema simply held her teacup and watched the show. Your Highness, is there some misunderstanding between you and Miss Xiangmeng? It's better to resolve it today. Lihin Ti also took the opportunity to smooth things over. Miss Zhao is Prime Minister Zhao's only daughter. She is gentle and virtuous and is a famous talented girl in Chongkong country. I don't know what misunderstanding you had that day. Maybe I can resolve it for you. Young people, it's normal to have some small conflicts. Shiju frowned and didn't say anything. Miss Zhao Xiangmeng had already opened her mouth. Actually, it's Xiangmeng's fault. Xiangmeng met Your Highness a month ago when I was playing in the suburbs. At that time, Your Highness was following behind Xiangmeng's carriage. Xiangmeng thought that he was a lecher, so I reprimanded him and made him run away. Shiju, this little brat, was actually attracted to a girl and followed her? That's right, he had just entered puberty and was ignorant about the opposite sex. It was understandable that he couldn't help but follow her when he met a beautiful girl. All the girls he saw in his family were from the same family and couldn't be attracted. So when he came out and saw a beautiful girl of the opposite sex, it wasn't strange that he was attracted to her. Ning Xuema inwardly analyzed the situation in her heart. The look in her eyes became even more intense. She was watching the show when she suddenly felt all the hairs on her body stand up, as if a pair of cold eyes were looking at her. In this hall, there was no one else who could make her feel this way. Ning Xuema immediately looked towards Han Shangyue, who was seated at the head of the table. She still couldn't see his face clearly, but she could feel that he was quietly sizing her up. She could feel his gaze, but she couldn't feel his emotions. Ning Xuema looked back provocatively. Although this bastard's kung fu was unpredictable, what could he do to her in such a public place? I'm not afraid of him. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Han Shangyue smiled and finally looked away. He picked up the cup of wine in front of him and took a sip. His posture was indescribably carefree and lazy, with a strange rhythm that made Ning Xuema's heart skip a beat. Her instincts told her that he was going to scheme against her again. She averted her gaze, but every cell in her body tensed up. She was slightly distracted and didn't even hear how Shiju answered Miss Xiangmeng. Xuema, what are you thinking about? Where did your mind wander off to? Shiju used his chopsticks to knock on the plate in front of her unhappily, pulling her back to reality. Ning Xuema came back to her senses and realized that Miss Xiangmeng, who was originally seated, had already left dejectedly. Her body was even slightly swaying. It was obvious that she had suffered a heavy blow from Shiju. She was only distracted for a moment. How did the situation change so quickly? Ning Xuema looked at Shiju in surprise, her pair of watery eyes clearly showing her doubts. Chapter 384. Shiju couldn't help but sigh. He knew that she didn't hear him. That day, I wasn't following her. She had a type of perfume on her that attracted butterflies to her carriage. This type of perfume is unique to the wise king family. I didn't know where she got it from and wasn't sure if it was the same type of perfume, so I followed her for a while. I didn't expect her to misunderstand and think that I was a lecher. At that time, I was too lazy to argue with her. I also recognized that the perfume was similar to my family's perfume and not the same type, so I left. Even if my taste is bad, it wouldn't be that bad. How could I be charmed by such a woman? Shiju explained. So it was such a misunderstanding. Ning Xuema felt that it was a little funny and couldn't help but look up at Miss Xiangmeng. The truth this time would probably have a big impact on this young lady. After all, the reason why Miss Xiangmeng was so famous was because of the legendary perfume on her body that could attract butterflies to dance around her. Now it seemed that this perfume wasn't natural, but applied later. Her legend had been broken in front of so many people, so it was no wonder that she looked like she had suffered a blow. When she heard Shiju's last sentence, she couldn't help but laugh. Your taste is quite high. I don't know what kind of woman can enter your eyes in the future. She was just joking, but she didn't expect Shiju to look at her. His eyes darkened. What do you think? Ning Xuema was a little frightened by his gaze and laughed. How would I know? She was about to say something to change the topic, but she didn't expect Shiju to smile. You know, Xuema. He called her name softly and firmly, making Ning Xuema's heart jump again. She felt that he had more to say. Sure enough, he paused and continued, I remember there's a saying, if you can't repay a life-saving grace, you should repay it with your body. Ning Xuema shuddered and corrected him, Lord Heir, this sentence is usually said by a woman to a man whom she admires and also has a life-saving grace. It's the same the other way around. Xuema, Before Shijue could finish his confession, he was interrupted by the sound of a cup falling to the ground. Bang! A jade cup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces on the green jade floor. The sound was so loud that everyone was shocked. They all raised their heads to look at the source of the sound. My hand slipped. Han Shanyue's voice was indifferent. His tone was calm. The wine cup in his hand had disappeared. No one felt anything was amiss. Luhin Ti immediately ordered a new cup for Han Shanyue. This time, it was made of mutton fat jade, which was still a treasure of the palace. Ning Xuema didn't have any other thoughts. She just felt that the sound of the wine cup falling to the ground was a little too loud. That sound seemed to ring in her mind, and she couldn't help but shiver. And this chaos also made Shiju lose the best opportunity to confess. He wanted to talk to Ning Xuema again, but Luhin Ti suddenly became a chatterbox. He kept asking him all kinds of questions and chatted with him, making him unable to pick up the topic of conversation with Ning Xuema. Although Shiju was talking to the emperor, he always took care of Ning Xuema. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were red from anger? A girl couldn't help but suddenly say, Your Highness, this is your first time here. Have you heard of the calamitous star?